Nick, you're muted. Nick, you're muted. You're muted.
Hello, thank you for that. And once again, welcome to our Freak 24 weekly recap. And tonight, um, we are, or rather, this morning in Kenya, we are going to talk about what has happened throughout the week. So, good morning, Kenya. Good evening, diaspora. I am your host, Mzalendo, and welcome to Africa Weekly Recap. And tonight, we journey through the stormy waters of politics, education, and civic resistance with sharp insight and bold conviction. And joining me is the one and only man from the other side, a brother from another mother, the man who always speaks uh, truth to power. Brother Ben, karibu sana my brother.
Asante sana ndugu mzalendo kwa kunipatia nafasi tuzungumze. Tunasema kwa siku ya leo na pia nataka kushukuru Wakenya ambao wanatuangalia ama wanatazama kwa wakati huu. Natumai wako vizuri.
Umesikia, tunawasalimia popote pale mliko, ukiwa kule Qatar, ukiwa kule Ufaransa, ukiwa kule Uingereza, ukiwa kule tunasikizwa mpaka kule Oman, Tanzania, Uganda, Marekani na kwingineko. Kama sijakutaja, tafadhali ingia kwenye Afrika, ubonyeze hiyo subscription, alafu na upande pale kwenye Brother Ben Media, na pia ufanye vile vile, ndio tuweze kukuletea hizi story motomoto kutoka Kenya na Afrika mzima kwa jumla. Na tuko na mambo mingi tumekuandalia. Kwanza siasa ya ODM, na tutaangalia ni yapi yamefanyika pale Kakamega, na pia wewe ukiwa kule nyumbani lazima ujumuike na sisi na uingie pale comment section, utuambie what you feel about what is happening in our politics now. Party democracy, generalization, shift, political tensions. And let's start with ODM House. Edwin Sifuna calls the UDA deal dead, and Raila backs him up. Na wengine kama the chair lady of ODM party, she's pushing back and saying they are in the broad-based government, and whatever Sifuna is saying, nobody should listen to. So, Brother Ben, is ODM practicing democracy or just surviving a storm within the party?
You know, everybody describes democracy on how they understand it. Maybe when on your side, what you feel could be democracy might not be democracy on my side. And the same way, what ODM feel that is a democracy to you might not be a democracy. But by them giving that space for each and every members of the especially the leaders of ODM to talk freely and to air their views, that could be called democracy, you know, because the chair lady of the party speaks differently. The spokesperson of the party also speak differently. But all in all, it's all about politics, and you know, you have to look at where we are coming from, or where is this kind of like divergence view, especially from ODM, is coming from. You know, this is coming from the broad-based government. You
Mm-hmm.
know, and the broad-based government came as a result of the Gen Z movement, and there was 10-point agenda that was agreed upon between the Right Honorable Prime Minister and President William Ruto that they are going to work on. And if to bring you a little bit in the interview of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, there's something that Honorable Prime Minister said that the protest of the Gen Z did happen because the president and his government did not implement the NADCO report, where people have given different views and people believe that is not true. But like everybody's kind of like giving what they feel or what the Right Honorable Prime Minister said was not true. But I think one reason that one reason that I might point out, especially in ODM, just concerning Edwin Sifuna, I've always insisted that Sifuna is speaking the voice of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Yeah, that is the voice of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and is also holding in brief, especially if you look at the likes of Governor Wanga, Opondo Kaluma, and people like Junet who are saying we are in government, including Fernandez Baraza today said that we are in government, but Sifuna is speaking otherwise. So I think like there are two factions here. There are those who are in government, and there are those who are Sifuna is holding. So, but Sifuna is holding them in brief so that they don't walk away from ODM. That is what I think.
All right. I think you have got a valid point there, but this is unique. This is unique to. This is not unique to ODM. I remember in 1992 when Raila Odinga was young. Of course, he was not as young as Sifuna. They stormed the Ford Kenya meetings demanding that the old generation should give way to the young people. Now, I have seen this pattern, a similar pattern. Fred Amisi,
Mm,
Sifuna, Babu Owino, all these people are very, very young and they are voicing their concerns about how they want the party to move and to which direction they want the party to move. Now, I have a strong feeling that from what happened in Kakamega,
mhm.
and this is my take, that ODM feels that a majority is on the opposition. So they
Yeah.
want to also to ensure that they are also appealing to the masses who are younger generation,
Mhm.
who are the Gen Zs on this other side, and they don't want to look like they're leaning towards this new bride called UDA or Kenya Kwanza. Is ODM embarrassed about their position in Kenya Kwanza?
No, I don't think so, because in politics there's no embarrassment because it depends on interest. Your interest served, because if you go back to the to where we are,
Yes.
and this 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 comes as a result of the reason why they came into government.
Mhm.
One of them, I would say, it was not because of even of the Gen Z revolution. No, I think what brought them again into the government was about the how the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua. Because to me, I believe that if ODM could have not lent a hand, the Kenya Kwanza could have not impeached Rigathi Gachagua. But in the process of impeaching Rigathi Gachagua, there was something that you have to give in return, you know. So when they come and they get those positions, there's no embarrassment to me, because this is politics and that's how politics is being played. So they are okay with what they are doing because they know what they are doing, and they are giving reasons. Because like, even if you listen to some of the reasons that even the Right Honorable Prime Minister was giving, especially of joining the government, was because the one of them was the military was on the street, and his worry was that we could go um, the Sudan way. That was his worry. So That's why, like I said, that there's no embarrassment in politics, provided that your interests are taken care of. You're good to go.
Wow. I feel like that narrative that about interest. Yeah, politics is about interest, and that is very very much true. Wikimisi Onyango is saying, yeah. How do you expect the political goons to endorse the sentiments of from the honest senator? What Kenyans and African doesn't understand? No one can do what. No one is more hated than he who speaks the truth. Yeah, I mean, in African politics, you have to be a liar. You have to, so that you get endorsed by the masses. People don't like the truth, and I agree with you, Mr. Onyango, that whatever you are saying is very much true. Goons appeal like I would always say that when you see people like people shouting, people in Jacaranda, people like Omosh one now, and people like Gaucho. There are two categories of ODM supporters. There are those who are necessary noisemakers, and there are those who are unnecessary noisemakers, but they are all important to the political movement. So the necessary noise is made by people like Sifuna, something that resonates with everybody else. But the unnecessary noise is made
Mhm.
by there's fanatics, the sycophants of the party who are now shocked that, hey, what is really happening
Mm.
within this political movement. So I mean, we leave a lot to it tells you about the internal wrangles within the party, where the young people are taking a certain position, and the older generation seem to want the status quo to continue. There are those who are also undecided. So what do you make up of this, Mr.
You see, the scenario where ODM is right now, they've never been here before.
Mm-hmm,
You know, especially where they are, whereby you find the Secretary General of the party, you know, criticizing uh, an MOU that the party leader himself endorsed. You know,
mm-hmm,
the ODM has never been there. Because if you look at the history, look at what happened when you look at the history of ODM, talk of Anyang' Nyong'o. Anyang' Nyong'o was a Secretary General.
mm-hmm,
When he left peacefully. But
mm-hmm,
apart from Anyang' Nyong'o, we had Magarer.
mm,
You remember what happened to Magarer?
mm,
Then come to Ababu Namwamba, you know, and now we had Edwin Sifuna. But for quite some time now, Edwin Sifuna has been hammering the MOU between the UDA and the Orange Democratic Movement.
mm-hmm.
But nothing has happened to Edwin Sifuna. And you see, Baba has come out severally in big occasions. One of them being when they were burying the late Ongondo Were, the member for
Mhm,
Kasipul. Yeah.
mm,
And he said that Sifuna is speaking, is 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 the spokesperson of the party. And what he speaks is the party position. You know?
mhm,
And even today, Baba said that. And remember when Anyang' Nyong'o also was holding in brief when Baba was campaigning for AUC, he talked about Sifuna,
mhm.
you know. So it tells you this where they are today is quite unfamiliar to the occasions that the history that we know. Because remember during Ababu Namwamba, there was men in black. Yeah, when that election, the delegate election, the one that are going to elect officials, what happened? The men in black came into the hall and everything, uh, you know, was destroyed, and the voting did not take place until today.
Yeah, Babu, I saw a statement by Ababu Namwamba saying that, Sifuna is being choked in ODM. You can't breathe. You're being choked into submission, and most likely, I see a situation where most likely ODM will have to work with William Ruto, wapende wasipende mpaka mwisho. And kama wewe unaonaje ndugu yangu?
Nakubaliana na wewe kwa sababu unajua katika siasa zetu hakuna uadui, na pia katika siasa zetu pia hakuna urafiki. Hakuna ule unaweza kusema huyu ni adui wangu kindakindaki na pia huyu ni rafiki yangu kindakindaki. Hakuna kitu kama hicho katika siasa zetu, ambazo sisi tumeona, kwa sababu ukiangalia historia za siasa zetu unapata kwamba yale ambayo unafikiri ama unadhani kwamba iwezi fanyika zinafanyika. Hakuna mtu mwenye alikuwa anajua kwamba Rais William Ruto angewahi kufanya kazi na baba. Na kukuja kwa Sifuna, mimi naweza kaangalia kwa jicho la tatu. Labda kwa saizi anaweza kuwa atakuwa napata ile unajua anapatiwa upambe, lakini kuna mtego mbele, ambapo siku ile kuna shimo ambayo itakuja ataanguka kabisa na anazame, kwa sababu angalia Ababu na Mwamba wakati alikuwa Secretary General wa ODM. Ababu na Mwamba alikuwa anasikilizwa sana na vijana na ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na ushawishi mkubwa sana katika chama cha ODM, ambapo alikuwa mpaka wakati ambao kakaitwa generali. Lakini wakati aling'atuliwa ama alitolewa katika chama cha ODM, siasa Ababu aliisha. Mpaka saa hizi sidhani kama ako na nia kugombea. Unaona kwamba aliwacha mambo ya siasa akaingia sasa ni kama mtu ambaye anafanya katika ofisi.
Na ukae kujua alikuwa alibuni mpaka chama yake.
Na hakubuni chama yake, alikuwa na chama ya huyu mama yetu anaitwa nani?
Huyu.
Namsahau.
Angela, hebu tusaidie.
Labour Party. Namsahau.
Anaitwa oh my God.
Julia Ujambo.
Hao ni watu wamepotea katika hii siasa ya Kenya bana. Hiyo jambo sijui yuko wapi. Ni yuko hai mahali ametulia. Nadhani ni mzee sana saa hii Julia. Dr.
Ujambo.
Julia Ujambo alikuwa na chama chake na kwa sare zao ilikuwa green blue namna hii.
Hapo ndio Ababu na Mwamba alienda, lakini ukiangalia kutokea hapo hajawahi kuja kwa kupiga siasa hata ama kuwania. Unapata kwamba ile ung'aa kwake ama taa yake ya kisiasa ilipotea baada kutolewa katika chama cha ODM. Na sasa sijui labda ya Sifuna itakuwa ni ya tofauti sana, kwa sababu pia tuko na kizazi kipi ambapo kimekuja, ambapo wanasiasa bado wameshindwa kusoma kizazi kipya. Hii kizazi kipya. So ya Sifuna inaweza kuwa ni utofauti sana. Na jambo pia ingine pia lazima usikize. Ukisikiza Sifuna vizuri, ni kwamba his allegiance is not even to the party. His allegiance is to the baba. If you're very keen. Because he says that the only time I will leave this position if the person who appointed me, ule mtu ambaye ameniweka pale. So his allegiance is not to the party, and I agree with that, because he was not elected in that position, he was appointed.
Kweli kabisa. And tunashukuru Anji na kuona pale kwa comment section unasema ODM members wenyewe hawajawahi ona pesa za serikali na ndio hawataki Sifuna. Hiyo pesa ya serikali imeleta shida. Angela, ni ukweli kabisa, hiyo pesa ya serikali ni tamu kabisa. Gypsy Corner, what are you saying? The ODM have their own interest. They have worked their way into government, broad-based. Right now, they are working towards the large shares majority. Yani, Gypsy Corner feels like ODM sasa wanataka share kubwa, yani ya ile mkate. And usikose kujua, kama mna habari, ODM wamepatia nomination jamaa kutoka kule Rift Valley, ile kiti ya Bwana Mbadi. Kuna wale walikuwa wamengojea, wameiotea hiyo nomination sana, kina Gaucho, kina nani, lakini
No, Gaucho, kuna huyu kijana kutoka Masailand mwenye watu hata Misi aliuliza leo, unajua
hakupewa hiyo nomination
ya kwanza. Walikuwa wanajua kwamba hiyo kiti kilikuwa kinamwendea.
Waona baba vile anafikiria ni tofauti sana vile nyinyi wa raia wa kawaida mnafikiria juu ya mwelekeo wa chama. Chama kuna mwenyewe.
Kuna kwa Kiswahili tunasema hivi, kuna mwenye chama na wana chama. Hapo kuna mwenye chama na wanachama, na unapata kwamba mwenye chama, maamuzi ambayo huwa inatolewa sana sana kwa vyama vyetu za kisiasa ni za wenye chama. Kwa sababu unapata kwamba hawa wameekeza sana kwa kubuni vyama vyao. Kwa hivyo unapata kwamba wana msemo mkubwa sana, 100% naweza sema wa utaratibu ama tuseme kwamba uamuzi wa vyama.
Na hata brother Ben, kwa mimi ile swali ndauliza wale wako nyumbani, wale wakareketi, wale ni wanaharakati ama wakombozi wa ODM, wale wako grassroots supporters wa ODM, au maoni yao ni yapi? Because maoni yao inakaa imechanganyikiwa, wamechanganyikiwa kabisa kwa sababu baba anasema vile, hebu niwachezee video moja hapa kuonyesha ile mahali ODM chama yenyewe kiko kisiasa.
Si atuambie leo, na kama aridhiki na baba si atoke. Point number 8 inasema fight against corruption. Sasa Sifuna aweke signature ya fight against corruption, alafu yeye anyamaze corruption ikifanywa.
Jambo ambalo tunataka baba afuatilizie ni ile MOU ambayo alitia sahihi na William Samoei Ruto. Na mimi nashukuru sana ile demokrasia ambayo iko kwa chama.
Sisi kama chama hakuna siku tumekaa na tukasema ati mtu mwingine 10 bila break.
Nikasema, why is this young man contradicting the party leader? Kumbe sikujua ni nyinyi mko nyuma ya Sifu. Nyinyi ni shenzi sa.
Hata wewe kama una maneno ya kusema unaweza itwa huko useme mambo yako. Enda pia wewe ujieleze. Kama hauna namba ya Ivono Kwara sema saa hii nikupatie. Hao watu akiwemo huyu baba Raila Amolo Odinga, siku ile wataniambia Sifuna, sasa wewe umeanza kuwa na maadili tofauti na chama, nitawaachilia hii kiti bila fujo.
Kama Sifuna ameongea, hakuna haki ya kuongea. Mimi sijasema ati mimi usiongee kwa chama namna hii. Sema hata kama unaona baba anafanya makosa, sema. Ndio ni mauti za chama.
Na baba amesema tuko pamoja na President William Ruto, na wewe unasema kinyume. Basi wewe huzungumzi kwa niaba ya chama cha ODM.
Haya. Umeona huo mwisho ni Gladys Wanga alikuwa kwa hafla jana pia kule Moroni. Na alisema yeye mwenyewe sasa yeye ndiye amechanganyikiwa zaidi. Hatujui nani anasema, they are all saying different things.
Now let me give you an observation here. This was a Kakamega delegates, right?
Yes.
Who is the national chair of the ODM?
The national chair is Gladys Wanga.
Where was she?
She was in Moroni.
So which one was which? Which one was more important to as a party organ?
The one in Kakamega.
So why did she miss it out?
Because my take on that is that I don't think she resonates well with the messaging that was going to happen in Kakamega.
Yeah,
She was
because
aware of what is going on to
the
happen in.
ground was not going to be very receptive to her based on the stance that
No,
she
but
has.
you also realized something. You didn't see something on that video.
Yeah.
Initially, when Sifuna was talking in the beginning,
Hmm.
people, there were a sizable amount of people who were heckling him and
Hmm.
booing in the crowd. That was represented there. That was represented there.
Yeah, like this was attention seeking. Everybody wants us to get the audience of the Baba, and you could see, I don't know, the old guy who was talking about Sifuna and all that.
Ndio nakwambia Ben,
Yeah.
kama chairman ndio yuko confused hivyo, wananchi wa kawaida
No, maybe because like even you no, even if you look at Edwin Sifuna, when Edwin Sifuna was called to talk, and that reception was there, the Baba also came out of his seat and he danced with Sifuna and the group of people who were there. So to me, there's so many things that were not adding up. Look at that. We have the governor. Simbarati is a deputy party leader, right? Simbarati was missing. Was he there?
No, Simbarati was not there.
So we had Simbarati was missing. We have Gladys Wanga was missing.
Was Oparanya there?
Oparanya was not there. And the governors, the SEA governor was not around. Nyang' Nyong'o was not around, bearing in mind that this was a neighboring county.
Walipitia tu Kisumu, walipitia Kisumu wakienda pale.
Wakienda. So
hata Nyang' Nyong'o angekosa lift angepewa ingia kwenye gari twende.
Inamaanisha the ground was prepared for Sifuna, and the ground was prepared for Sifuna's message, and even Baba knew that the ground was with Sifuna, because the issues that Sifuna is raising, these are very valid. Yeah, the issues that Sifuna is raising,
we don't disagree with whatever Sifuna is raising.
Yes.
We agree with every mpaka ile koma anaweka ama full stop anaweka.
Yeah.
We agree as the Kenyans who are on the outside.
Yeah. But and these issues that Sifuna are raising, these are the same issues that the people on the ground are raising, So, and I told you that Sifuna is speaking for Baba.
Yeah. He's been holding the line for the party.
He's holding brief
to get lost at some point.
And remember what Wanjala said. When Wanjala was saying, Baba, when you will go back to Nyanza, tell your brother about the ODM is not the Luo party. You remember what? And Baba said that Baba later came and said that he's disappointed in him. Yeah, but this is coming at a time when some few members, especially there are some quarters that felt like and were saying that ODM is a Luo party. Yeah, so that might be, but like to me, I read few things here. Is either Sifuna is holding in brief, or there's that exit that is coming. And this is hurting especially the UDA, because remember, ODM came and gave UDA a lifeline, and now when all this now what Sifuna is doing, I don't think like the president and his allies are sitting pretty, and that's why you saw Oscar Sudi today was accusing Sifuna that he wanted almost, was it 300 million?
Yeah. You wanted 300 million.
Yeah. So that's why, like, the reason why Sifuna is talking like this is because maybe his demand
300 million.
300 million was not given. So that could be the reason.
Kwa hivyo hii serikali iko na pesa bana, iko na pesa. Anyway, tonight for the first time on Africa 24, we are lining up all the candidates. This is your vote, your voice. Kenyans 2027 presidential race is heating up, and we want you to weigh in. Drop your preferred presidential aspirant in the comment session right now. Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Fred Matiang'i, Eugene Wamalwa, Okiya Mtata, David Maraga, Rigathi Gachagua, or the incumbent William Ruto. I'll be sending the link there so that you can drop your preferred candidate, so that we look at the end of the show. We will be sampling the percentages of how these candidates have fared. But anyway, we now shift gears to more important issues that are affecting the education sector. Now there is a storm in there was a storm in Parliament, and of
Mhm.
course, the Treasury, CES Mbadi, and the Minister for Education, the CES, could not answer some of these questions. CS Mbadi dropped a bombshell that they don't have money. Government cannot sustain free education. Capitation money has been reduced. Munasikia nyinyi wa Kenya mko nyumbani, ile pesa ya 22,000 imerudisiwa to 16,000 courtesy of John Mbadi, the super CS. The capitation is last. Exam fees is back. Exam fees sasa mtakuwa mkilipa, and go schools are also eating into the budget.
Yes.
Now ulisikia hiyo mambo ya ghost school, hiyo ghost school inaitwa Bomet High School.
Bomet High School.
Yeah, Bomet High School. Now, brother Ben,
Mhm.
is this the collapse of our institutions, learning institutions?
And what I would say is the patriotism in us. We are not patriotic enough to our country, and we don't love our country, because if a whooping 50 million can be disbursed to a school that is non-existence, and when you look at education sector is struggling, it doesn't to me, it doesn't make sense for me. These are basic needs. Even if you go back and look at during the time when watu walikuwa wamepata uhuru, jambo ambalo watu walikuwa wanataka kupigana nayo ilikuwa ni ujinga, na hiyo ndio ilikuwa ujinga. And unapata kwamba vitu ambazo wakati Kenya walipata uhuru walikuwa nasema wanataka kupigana nayo, ujinga, maradhi, vitu kama, unaona, bado tunapigana nayo mpaka siku ya leo. Na tujui shida iko wapi, kwa sababu when Kibaki came in power, he made sure that the free primary education was implemented. And if you go back in and look at the statistics, people really went back to school. The students, including older people, went back to school. I can remember there was a old grandpa who went back to school because there was a free primary education. Anaitwa nani?
Kikuyu mzee.
Yeah.
Anaitwa kama somebody. Okay, tuendelee.
And so many people went back to school, and including the old people, and it gave you a picture that this is something that everybody was yearning for. Then when Uhuru Kenyatta came into power, Uhuru Kenyatta decided to maintain it and pushed in capitation in high school, whereby it was almost like 22,000 and some hundreds. Those who are paying school fee knows about that. And now, what according to Mbadi, like, there's not enough, and the capitation is going to reduce from that 22 to around 16. That is almost like around 7,000, if I'm not wrong, in my calculation. And that is a huge number. Yeah. And we know our parents. We know homes where we are coming from. Some of our parents cannot afford even that 7,000. And this is where you find the money is just being allocated to a secondary school that is not an existing. So where are our priorities? Yeah, and this is a basic need. This is not something that you cannot bargain over. It's a basic. You have to have it. So I was thinking the same energy that president has put on the affordable housing, because that is also the basic need, because he keeps on telling that we want the Kenyans to live a respectable life. Why can the same energy also be put on education? And we kind of like have a progressive, because if Uhuru Kenyatta and President could do it, yeah, why is it that when it comes to President William Ruto, his administration is finding difficulties in doing? Where is the problem? Yeah, and we are seeing empowerment. People are going around and empowerment, all that. So where is the problem?
Yeah, we will have a whole discussion on the empowerment envelopes that are going around, and yet we don't have money for our education sector. But let us look at the Super CS Mbadi a few years ago, what he was telling people.
Chairman John Mbadi has criticized the government for the exorbitant fees charged by higher education institutions. Speaking during a fundraising in Nyatike, Migori County, Mbadi expressed concerns that a significant number of university students will struggle to complete their studies due to the high costs involved. He says university education has become an exclusive privilege for the wealthy, making it unattainable for many Kenyans.
Thank you very much. Ayeko. University education has been affordable in this country, more affordable than even high school education. Today, because of Kenya Kwanza government and mismanagement and lack of interest, the welfare of wananchi, university education has become unaffordable, and only people who can afford will now acquire education. University education has been affordable in this country, more affordable than even high school education. Today, because of Kenya Kwanza government and mismanagement and lack of interest, the welfare of wananchi, university education has become unaffordable, and only people who can afford will now acquire education.
If you look at the total budget for the year and you divide by the number of students we have in this country, instead of 22,000, we are funding up to about 16,900 shillings. If we work with 22,000 per child for senior secondary school and the 15,000 per child for the junior secondary school, and we work with 1,400 plus per child for pre-primary education, you will get higher figures than what is in the budget.
Many schools are not receiving capitation equivalent to the number of students in their schools because of chemis or nemis. It's a big challenge, so that schools are operating on deficit. Many students who are in those schools are not getting what they are supposed to get.
The ministry is currently, as I've said, developing the chemis system to collect, manage, and analyze education-related data from basic education to tertiary education to ensure efficiency.
For example, we talk about Bomet High School. We received 50 million. Bomet High School does not exist, but you send this money through Tenwek.
Huge figures have been allocated to certain specific schools in specific regions, including allocating resources to ghost schools that do not exist.
You have the directors, you have the county directors, who want to tell us it's because you are lacking a proper system like that one to know there are good schools in this country.
On the issue of money going to schools that do not exist, that is a criminal offense. It is not something that anybody can defend. And if that has happened, then we'll pass the information over to the DCI and that process can be done.
Well, you had it for yourself, and yeah, that is John Mbadi before and John Mbadi today. Yeah.
And you know, something that I cannot comprehend, you're talking about is going to go over the budget. Now, when you were doing your budgeting, did you consider that now the population of the students that we have has really gone up, so you could cater for that population? That is one. And look at then when you go again to the budget, where are our priorities? There are some areas that we can decide to decrease those amounts and allocate them into educational sector. Look at the money that is given to even the CDF, that is, people are given checks to go and pay for school fee and all that. Why can't we then consolidate this money if we cannot upkeep with what is happening? Why can't we consolidate the money, then bring it back to the educational sector? So I think it's just lack of the priority, because like if you look at if you look at maybe I can take you through. If you look at the budget, let me just read for you something here. I was just checking something about the budget that just passed the other day. Let me. When you look at the budget, there is especially when it comes to the State House, recurrent expenditure from Kenya shillings 4.2 billion to Kenya shillings 11.7 billion. And there's also when you look at the empowerment. Look at on the lower side, when you look at just to gauge on what the MPs are paying on the empowerment, that it can give you something like around over 100 million. That is maybe a weekly on the lower side or on the higher side. I'm not saying that these are just, I'm just giving approximation the money that is going for empowerment, especially for women. But now if you see that kind of money, especially for empowerment, that which is headed by the deputy president, because like it's million living almost every week, because even today he was at the empowerment forum. If we divert this money that is using and plowed back to education, do you feel like we cannot maintain the 22,000 for capitation?
Now, let me, because here in Africa we work with the numbers and we work with facts. Yeah. Each MP that controls the CDF through allocations range around how much? Around 100 million to almost 200 million each and every MP. Now, the money the money they take home, the total amount of money that the government uses on a CDF alone annually is 178 million for each and every MP. How many MPs do we have in parliament today? Now, if you do the maths, the kind of money that is needed for secondary schools is 22,000. They used to get 22,244 per secondary school learner. That's about for 3.4 million students. Now, that is a total of 65 billion is what is needed there. So for schools to run smoothly, the government of Kenya needs around 76 billion annually. Each and every MP takes home around 200 million in terms of CDF. Ben, how many MPs are there in parliament?
Kindly share the link with Njiru. Njiru is asking for the link here.
How many MPs are there in parliament? Do you know how many MPs are there in parliament?
They are of what?
I'll give you the numbers. I'll give you the numbers.
Kindly share the link to Mr. Njiru.
Njiru, the link is there, and anybody else who wants to jump into the show, link ndio saizi tumefungua, ndio hiyo hapo. And if you have not subscribed to Afric, it's very difficult to get this particular link. So ingia pale Afric, usubscribe na utaipata pale hiyo link nimeituma pale, so that you can jump into the show. Now, thank you Onditi Benson for watching. Joas Kiarie, Morgan, Joan Auma, Collins Okelo, wa Faith Ryan, Delvo, asante sana. Wakimisha Onyango, thank you very much for tuning in, and you're giving us a thumbs up. Asante sana. And everybody else who's watching on Brother Man Media and Mutembei Media, thank you very much for tuning in. And if you've not subscribed to Afric 24, make sure that you do subscribe to Afric 24. What we are asking is that Mbadi is saying that he has a deficit. Our parents are being lined up to be given money in terms of school fees by the MPs. The amount that the MPs are getting annually is around 200 million annually that they are getting. The amount of schools we have is about 3 million. The amount of learners we have is around 3.4 million learners. And that comes to a total of 65 billion. Now they are giving 54 billion. So they have a shortfall of 11 billion so that they can reach the amount that Uru's government was offering. Now, you remember, Brother Ben, there is also a new allocation for senators. Sasa pia hao wanakuwa na CDF kao mahali. MCAs pia wako na pesa ile wamepewa. Kuna pesa ile MCAs pia wamepewa. And that is what is happening in our country. Kuna pesa ile MCAs wamepewa pia. Brother Njiru, karibu sana katika Africa 24 na leo kama kawaida. Welcome. I know you've had a long day on your show, but welcome to Africa, and thank you very much for joining the discussion. I know you've got valued points that you want to share across ndio Wakenya wajue tuko wapi. We are in the education sector, and John Mbadi, the super CS, has cut down the money that they were supposed to give the learners. Each and every learner is now going to get 16,000, down from the 22,000 that they used to get in the previous regime. What do you make of all this? I would like Ben, I would like you to go first, then Njiru to come in as he greets us. Your mic is off, Ben.
Njiru can go.
Oh, Njiru karibu. Ben, karibu.
Ya, ni sawa. Nimewasalimia sana. Nimesema nijiunge na kituo chenyu kidogo. So unaweza niuliza swali, but nimeshukuru, naona bado nyinyi hamjachoka. Maybe to comment.
Yes.
To comment kidogo, nimeona Rigiji na Matiang'i wamerelease picha yao wakiwa huko Maryland. Sijui kama mumeona. They have released a photo.
Yeah, wako MD. Yes. Wako MD leo.
Yeah, wameachilia picha wakiongea. I think no, and you know a picture speaks 1,000 words, So ukiona wameachilia picha hivyo, I think wanajaribu kuoneshana ni kama kuna kitu iko kwa cupboard. Kuna kitu iko kwa cupboard, in other words. So frankly speaking, I can see an association where the opposition will be having those heavyweights together. And I think sababu ya ile momentum tuko nayo ya kutaka kutoa Ruto, I don't see it even with a lesser acceptable candidate, we can still make it because of the negativity ile ambayo iko na Ruto. So on that we can make it. At times tumekuwa tukisema tunataka mtu mzuri kabisa, but I came to realize that hawa viongozi wa kisiasa hata tulikuwa tunaongea na mtu mwingine in politics that kuna level ili ufike kwa kisiasa you have to be scandalous in politics, so you have to be scandalous. So ile kitu unapima ni at least kusikue yani scandals zako zinaweza overturn Mary. So lakini you are choosing the levels of scandals which you want to appreciate.
You know, Njiru, what you are saying is you have resigned to your fate. That Kenya, we cannot get a good leader. So whatever we have, they are bad leaders. We have accepted. Hao watu ni wabaya. So kwa hao wabaya wale wako
Tuende nalo.
Wewe mbona unachagua wabaya? Mbona unaangalia tu kwa hiyo group ya watu wabaya? Kwa hiyo group kuna watu wengi. Kuna Ukia Mtata, kuna Wamalwa Eugene, kuna Maraga pale, kuna Kalonzo Musyoka. Wewe umeangalia kwa hii group ingine, unaona kuna Rigi G na pia kuna naitwaje Matiangi, na wote Wakenya wanasema unaangalia, unajua kwa hii siasa iko hivi, Mwananjiru, hii siasa Njiru ni kama hii mali huko ama kule Marekani ama huko Europe, wanaenda mpaka kwa closet yako wanatoa ile uchafu uko nayo uchafu uko nayo, na wasema bwana, wewe hatuwezi kuchagua kwa sababu ya hii dozi na hii na hii na hii na hii. Lakini in Africa we have accepted that our standards are so low that afadhali tuchague tu huyu jamaa ambaye tunajua of course is a criminal, he has done one or two things but we can live with it. That is what you are saying in short.
To some extent ni kama unasema nimesema hivyo, lakini the reason why nasema hivyo ni sababu walende, angalia yule yako watoto ndio hao wanakufa, pesa ndio hiyo inapotea, watu hawezi soma,
na bado Wakenya watamchagua tu.
No, I don't think Kenyans are going to, only the deluded Kenyans. Only the deluded Kenyans can vote for that guy. I think his case is cast. Even if you want to save that guy, you cannot save him. Bwana Afrique, we have to be categorical about that. For me, I think Ruto is beyond repair. Even with an election stealing, he cannot be saved. He is in a worse situation than Moi in 1992, because number one is that Kenyans have learned the importance of unity. We are not like in 1992 when we were segregated. We were having like a million political parties. So be assured that all the time, Bwana Afrique, Wakenya wanashikana tukifika pale injury time. So by design kutakuwa na chama mbili maduong. So kutakuwa na hii chama ya Ruto, UDA, which is crashing, and na muungano wetu wote. So hawa akina Mtata kidogo
Njiru. Okay, just go ahead. I want to correct you somewhere there.
Okay, so you see hata hawa akina Omtata and the other gentleman, mmesema akina Maraga, they also have their own issues as well. I'm not saying that their records are also good as well. Mtu hawezi kosa nini dosari lake. So that's why I was trying to say that we do not have those Kenyans who you can say that huyu ni Mkenya ambaye maisha yake imekuwa shwari atuongoze. We are not at that level. Our level of politics, kama sahi Maraga amejaribu kusema achangiwe, nasikia up to now karibu hata hajafikisha milioni moja. It's like still Kenyans are not believing in him. Kenyans still want somebody who can finance his own campaign. The person who can finance his own campaign, Bwana Afrique, ni hao vinyangarika. Those are the ones who can finance a campaign. Ni hao vinyangarika. So what we are looking for now, but I'm not saying that is what we need to be focusing on, ni at least somebody who is giving us a status quo. We don't want much, but at least Ruto has taken us too much to the destruction side. Aya, bwana brother Benson, unaweza nikosoa?
Wacha sikukosoi, lakini labda tu ni jambo labda tunaweza sema. Mimi nataka kuzungumzia nikiangalia historia sana sana katika vyama vyetu na pia katika siasa zetu, kwa sababu mimi naamini kwamba chama cha UDA kama watakuwa wanaenda kwa uchaguzi hawataenda na UDA, lazima watajaribu kubadilisha jina na labda kwa muungano, kwa sababu jambo hili imetokea katika safari zote za uchaguzi katika nchi yetu. Kwa sababu kwa mfano wakati wakati inaitwa chama cha ilikuwa UDA ama ilikuwa ile chama cha TLA na URP walikuja pamoja, lakini wakati walikuja, when they were asking for second term, ulipata kwamba walibadilisha ikawa Jubilee, wakaenda na Jubilee, na ilikuwa ni ya tofauti sana. Na pia ukikuja huku kwa ODM kulikuwa NASA, CORD na all that. Unaona what usually takes place. So and when this political parties usually go with changing their names and coming up with new narratives, you find that the majority of voters usually buy in and they feel like, okay, this is a new dawn or a new kid in the block. So I don't know how the voters right now, especially, what is going to inform their decision on not to go with the tradition that has always been happening.
Yeah. And Jiru, I wanted to pose this question to you, and this is what we have there running as a poll. Among these candidates, I want you to pair at least two of them, or one pair that you think can win the election very, very easily with the backing of the rest of them. And should there be a fallout in the opposition, who is a compromise candidate among this group? Because there's a scenario whereby, Brother Ben, whereby the likelihood of our wapinzani kusikizana is very, very low. At some point, I feel that way. And let us just preempt. We preempt. Should there be a scenario hawajasikizana, ana kukuwa na scenario wamesikizana, who are the likely candidates wale a pair that we can can face William Ruto?
Or you don't want to, when I'm looking at opposition, I would not be very, very specifically to say that these are the pair that are going, but like there's a comment that I usually have, especially when it comes to Rigathi Gachagua. Of all the united opposition, Rigathi Gachagua comes in as with a special case for me on how I'm looking at it politically. One, Rigathi Gachagua is coming in as a very, very influential candidate with good backings, if good backing, especially from Mount Kenya right now. At the same time is coming with a baggage of impeachment. Yeah, that is one. Secondly, Rigathi Gachagua again is coming with a revenge mission, and the political revenge mission, and this is coming is bringing it to the doorstep of President William Ruto. Do you know the reason why I'm saying that? Because when Rigathi Gachagua was impeached, the allies and maybe the president, they knew that Rigathi Gachagua was going to retire to Wamunyoro, and that is going to be the end of him. One, because like if you go through impeachment, your political career is killed. But it turned out
it turned out the opposite. They've just survived this.
Yeah, so it turned out to be opposite. So with him is very special, in that united opposition. Now, let's come to Eugene Wamalwa. Yeah, when you look at the politics of Eugene Wamalwa doesn't have influence. He's riding on the influence of Kijana Wamalwa, because nobody knew Eugene Wamalwa until his brother's death. That's how he came into politics. And if you look at even the member of parliament that he has, his influence only is within Trans Nzoia, and to a little bit extension on is not so much on the Western Kenya.
Ben, this is what we are looking at the old political setup. When I hear you guys talking, is that you are talking about the politics of yesterday, how we have been campaigning and how we have been choosing our leaders through those
But
primary.
you see, what is informing our analysis to look at like that is the way those politicians of yesterday are behaving. That is what makes you to inform those decisions. They've not changed their tact yet. They've not.
Yes, I want us to look at everything holistically, and yes, we agree with the politicians of yesterday. They have got some kind of influence to their base, but now there is an entry of these young people. Njiru, are you still there?
Yes, niko hapa, unaweza niuliza.
Yeah, there is the entry of Gen Zs into the politics. Can you give me, in your own view, because the Gen Z will be leaning towards the opposition, among the candidates that you have seen who are vying, who is likely to capture the Gen Z votes comfortably without a lot of questions being asked?
What Gen Zs will do is Gen Zs will be interested in your credibility, and if you can be able, I think Gen Zs are more interested into a worker because they have so many issues. So they want somebody who can solve education issues, health issues, bring infrastructure, and give them employment. So that is a very big attractive thing to the Gen Zs.
Mm-hmm.
And without overthinking for them, and without overlooking on the many scandals which are coming up with some of the people, which I think people should be able to explain amid themselves. I feel that the person who might be agreeable to, on my own take, who might be agreeable to Gen Zs could be Matiang'i.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that's you know.
That one I'm agree with you 100%.
You know, Njiru, why I keep on asking this question, because every time when we say that Matiang'i ana pesa, Matiang'i in 45 minutes he already had 500,000. People
not Matiang'i, Maraga. We are talking of
Maraga.
Maraga.
Yeah, Maraga. He already had 500,000 money that had been donated. Njeri Wanjeri, Kasin. Wewe you sema your candidate on the comment section, we will pick it up. Matiang'i for president, period. Njeri anasema yeye ni mtu wa Matiang'i, period. Bwana, hiyo yako ni kali.
Can I add something? Ondiro still wants to come about Matiang'i, and just to give comparison between Matiang'i and Maraga.
Yeah, Matiang'i and Maraga, because these are the candidates.
Look, when you look at Matiang'i and Maraga, both of them have a very rich history, and their history and the character trait is appealing. But the reason why people are leaning towards Matiang'i is a hard worker, is a go-getter, is somebody who is forceful from the way he talks and from what people have seen he has done in various ministerial posts or responsibility that he has been given. But as compared to Maraga is soft-spoken, and soft-spoken and the way he carry out himself, despite the fact that he made a major ruling on the election of the petition election between the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, but that force and workaholic picture, Matiang'i outweighs him. So, and that's why like even during the Gen Z protest, the name of Matiang'i popped up. And this was informed by the decision of his work ethic and the things that he did during his tenure as a civil servant.
Let me just add something, Brother Ben, that maybe people are overlooking. Yes, Matiang'i is our workaholic, but do you know the reforms? People only think that Maraga was in charge of overturning the election, and that is the only important thing that he has done in his tenure. In his tenure in the judiciary, look at the stories he was saying when he was a judge in Mombasa, where people used to come with money to give him, and they used to say no. And then when he became the Chief Justice, he is the one who brought digitalization of the judiciary, and the backlog of cases that in places where there were no courts, they used to have these mobile courts in northeastern. So these two leaders, Maraga and Matiang'i, they have got some credit that goes to their CV when it is placed out to Kenyans there. But we are looking at what is Kenya looking for? Kenya is looking for a leader. In my view, this is my opinion as Mzalendo. Kenya is looking for a leader who can enforce the law. Period. Nothing else. Kenya is looking for a leader who can enforce the law. If you are corrupt, utaenda ndani. If you are ukipatikana na nini tena, nini zinafanya Kenya? If you are corrupt, utaenda ndani. Ukiua utafungwa. Yeah, ukiiba kitu yote tu ile mbaya ile itafanyika kwa Kenya, utawekwa ndani. Njiru, ni nani kati ya hawa? Yes, everybody, hata huyo Njeri anasema ni Matiang'i, lakini nani kati ya hawa who cannot be compromised, Matiang'i or Maraga? Integrity. Sasa ni mambo na integrity.
I think both.
All right, Ben says both of them. Njiru, when it comes to integrity, who do you think akiletewa pesa ama akipatiwa shamba hii, chukua hii eka
Wacha ni come in, kidogo bwana Mzalendo. I want to give you an explanation of how nations collapse. Do you know if you have a president who is working, you have a stable country. You not need to kill people. A nation if people are getting jobs, the country is on the move. You don't have lecturers striking, or the they want to strike. You don't have people. You know the reason why Ruto government is killing people. It is because of that instability, and that instability, people are getting out, and you want to suppress people. So there is one thing which I don't get when people say that Matiang'i will be ruthless, or will be like Ruto. And I want to say that one is a flat lie. And I wanted to explain why. Without defending him, hata kama simujui sana, he is not my friend. Let me tell you, Matiang'i will supervise a very stable economy. And by design, if you supervise a stable economy, you have less complaint, you have less street work. So why would Matiang'i abduct people? Why would Matiang'i kill people when the system will be working, when things will be working? So idea of somebody abducting and killing people is as a result because of the government failure. Bwana Brother Benson, hapo ndio nataka tuelewane. So if your government fails, that's when you resort to those things. because you want to suppress dissent. But if the government is working at good, you even allow freedom of speech, you even allow people to express themselves. So there will be no need of abducting people when the government is doing. But because people will not be interested in calling you Kasongo, people will not be interested in like saying Ruto must go. People will actually want to collaborate with you. So let me explain to you another dichotomy. So far up to where we have reached, Bwana Mzalendo, we have the worst in Kenya. There's no any president, even so far, even the worst of the worst in Kenya. Ruto is now the worst. Huyo sasa ndiye anashikilia mkia in terms of productivity, in terms of inclusion, in terms of problem solving techniques. And I'm so shocked that Mr. Ruto is a PhD holder and he doesn't know how problems are solved. And I thought a PhD candidate thrives through problem solving techniques. What are problem solving technique? Problem solving technique is you identify the problem, you look for the methods to solve that problem, you quantify the problem, you report the problem, and you conclude the problem. That's what you do. Any person who has gone to school or you have done a report, especially if you have gone past the bachelor's level, we have problem solving technique. That is why when I analyze what Ruto is doing, I don't take him as a PhD holder. He is not a PhD holder. Bwana Bwana Mzalendo, na unajua kuna mtu ananianzia kuniuliza why are you saying that? Because a PhD holder should be able to understand the problem and you have a framework of solving it. Because that is what a PhD is all about. A PhD is about solving a problem. So if you was a kindergarten guy, or if he was like I know Gachagua is not a PhD holder, so I will not so saa zingine vitu zingine nilikuanga na naona, although I'm not saying that the education defines who you are. That's not what I'm saying, but it is because Ruto said that he is a PhD holder. I expect him to saa zingine atumie hiyo masomo yake to solve that problem. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what is a quantitative problem.
Sorry? Jiru, have you ever seen a PhD holder who does not know how to tie his shoelace?
Then he is a quack. So that is the bottom case of a quack, because Bwana Mzalendo, there are so many. You know, the reason why you go to school is so that you can be able to help other people who have not attained the same privilege which you have. And there must be a difference. The reason why I'm going to see a doctor, it is because he has a knowledge of a certain field, ni daktari wa meno, and I want to benefit from that knowledge of teeth. I want to benefit from his gynecology knowledge. So that is why I do not discredit knowledge or education of whichever caliber you have done. Ikuwe ni animal health, ikuwe ni animal science, I appreciate it, because you have something you can offer to the society. If you are a sociologist, there is something you can offer to the society. If you are a psychologist, there is something you can offer to the society. But this is the irony or the problem which we have in our society. Number one, Ruto becomes so pride, najua kile nafanya. Again, an illiterate statement. That's an illiterate statement. Okay, every time when you hear somebody saying najua kile nafanya, Bwana Mzalendo, that's an illiterate statement. In fact, when you're educated and you know a lot, you even appreciate you even appreciate what students are telling you. When I used to be a student, I could see like our professors even appreciating our small knowledge when we try to contribute. Unaanzia kusema iko anasikiliza anasema yes, try, yes, you are trying. But there's no one who has monopoly of knowledge. So when Ruto comes and tells us he knows what he's doing, yet we can see collapse of our societal framework. I don't get it, but I don't want to correct him, because we don't need to correct him, because he is not a good man. But the truth of the matter is that, frankly speaking, there are so many things which we can benefit from learned people from Kenya. So
All
I
right,
have seen Matiang'i.
Njiru, let me just hold your thought there. We have seen many people criticizing William Ruto, but this is somebody who has not lost any election. He has not. You can criticize him the way.
No, this one he will
everybody is
lose.
doing.
There is a begin. There is the beginning to
There's a
everything.
beginning of some.
He will begin with this one. There is a
Now,
beginning to everything.
I want to ask the audience or Brother Ben who is here with us that Ruto won the election as an outsider, and he was not the president. Then in 2027, he is seated in power. And looking at his history and his ways of campaign, do you think the pair, William Ruto and Kindiki, can win the 2027 elections?
Yes, and the same time, the same I can say no, because elections have what we call the driving factors that make you win. If you look at the environment of 2022 general election, actually, if you look at the campaign of President William Ruto, there are issues that President William Ruto identified, and he felt like, when I talk of these issues, yeah, these are going to be my driving factors, and these are going to bring people in the polls. And to start with, because we have to ask ourselves, what are the pillars that President William Ruto ride on or rode on to get into presidency? One of the pillars were Ruto rode on the churches, and he was a strong member of the church, and he would sing and govern. I can remember that Central Kenya, especially the Mount Kenya, was highway to him. Like each and every Sunday, he used to go to church in Mount Kenya, and you could see some churches actually would even put his photos on that. So that population was captured by him, and it's like that, a God fearing. And you could listen to even the people or those who subscribe to the Christian. They say that this time round we've gotten somebody who knows Jehovah Jireh, so the country is going to run well. So that was one of the pillars. Another pillar that Ruto rode on was the pillar of Hustler Nation. He created a tribe, the low class, the people who have been forgotten in the society by the political class. And he said that, okay, this is a hustler nation. We are creating a nation, and this government is going to be created by you, is going to be your government, and that population. And when you look at the composition of hustler, it comprises of who and who in the society in the lower rank, So that too was one of the pillars that he rode on. And again, President William Ruto, I think, also had the favoritism, especially from the Western, based on how the Westerners, the European Union, he had that support. So now, when you look at it right now, yeah, and you look at the issue of dynasty and all that, when you look at it right now, so when you look at those factors, do you think those factors are in favor of him or not? And now come to the real issues that so many Kenyans are asking. Now, come to the sector of education. Is it working? So those are the things that are going to be the driving factors, especially like because like president has keep on saying that, okay, you will judge him on what he has done. So the people will judge him. Did you work on the education sector? What about the health sector? What about the security? What about the issues that people are asking to do with the abduction and what happened in during the protest, whereby people have lost their lives? So these are the things that are going to be the driving factors that people are going to ask. If he will answer them well, yes, he can win. But if he doesn't, then he will not. Then now come again. Another issue that can also make him to win. I'm just giving these scenarios. If the united opposition, decided to shield in, they decided that each and everyone is running, then that is going to be a very easy for president to win, because like each and every, let's say Matiang'i ran for presidency, Rigathi ran for presidency, Natembea and all that. you know. So the votes are going to be divided. So from that scenario, being in that is an incumbent, you know, that one can also give him an upper hand, you know. Now come to the greatest constituents that people keep on talking about, or everybody keep on mentioning, the Gen Z. That until today, the politician, they are very fluid and they change. Um, um, they change. You know, you don't know, like you cannot, studying them is not very easy. This political class have not mastered them. You know, who will influence the Gen Z? Yeah, and there are so many factors that comes in because we have transactional. You know, we have transactional politics whereby huge large of money usually is floated around. Can they withstand that? And who is going to make them be part of the process of the political? Because if you look at all these political parties and even all of this, they've not been given that higher positions, you know.
Yes.
They've not been given higher positions, you know. Who is going to sacrifice and say that, okay, we are going to give a political, somebody who has been in politics for so long, and the deputy president is going to be a Gen Z? Who is going to make that sacrifice? Yeah. Now, talking about President William Ruto with Kindiki, that pair, I don't think it can survive, because remember, when we look on how our politics is being played, on how the political class are playing it, they usually depend on the numerical power. Yeah, the numerical power, and the numerical power is the person who seconds you must have to show for it. Yeah, but as we speak, if you look at the Mount Kenya right now, I don't think like Honorable Kithure Kindiki can bring substantial votes to the coalition. So what will happen? They will have to replace that. And where is President William Ruto going to get that replacement? Where is he looking to replace the Mount Kenya in terms of numerical power? Maybe is having hopes in the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga that if we work up after 2027, post or pre, you can hand over your support both in Nyanza and in the western part of the country and the coastal area. So it's 50-50. But what I'm sure of, if the united opposition work well with their cards, they can win.
All right. Just hold your thought there as I invite Badman. My God, please change your name either to an animal or something else. You know, whatever it is that you've written there. Badman. I am a badman. Okay, I am a badman. Welcome to Africa. And yeah, man a badman. Man a badman. It's like a tongue twister. Man a badman. So,
Utauma ulimi bana, wewe ufanye mwenzako aume ulimi.
sasa sijui jamaa bwana anakaa chini anasema leo atajiita I'm a bad man. So okay, I'm a bad man. Ile swali tunauliza hapa, what we are asking is very very simple. We have been talking about the opposition for quite some time. Now, I want us to look at the incumbency and the power that the incumbent president comes with. We are looking at Ruto winning the elections in 2022, Ruto winning previous elections, and he has not lost any election. Even when they had the ICC cases, they still won the presidency. Now, majority of Kenyans are saying that William Ruto is not going to win the 2022 elections because of the opposition and the Gen Zs that are not supporting him. A bad man. A bad man.
Just say I'm bad. Just say I'm bad.
I'm bad.
Just say
I'm
I'm
bad.
bad.
I'm bad.
Just say I'm bad.
Hebu niambie wewe kwa udadisi wako wa siasa, who do you think will deliver for Ruto in 2027? Which combination? He has to run again. He has to have a running mate, a deputy president. And do you think that he has got chances in 2027? Because one is in power, and the second, elections in Kenya ni ule ametangazwa, they can be stolen. Do you look at a scenario? Look at both scenario and tell me what you think about them.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for that question you asked. And to tell you one thing, I will start from. We can say the president is incumbent, but it has been proven that you can remove a president in power even though he has the system. In 2022, we saw the same power play. Ruto defeated the system, and the president who was there, who was the incumbent, he defeated him. So we cannot say there is nothing which can bring us status. Ruto was the first deputy president to be in power. There is no vice president who has ever come from vice president and came directly to power. He was the first one. So who does not say that he can be the first-term president? There's no way. It is not written in sand or cast in the stone that he cannot. He must go for the second term. If people are angry and they want change, they must get the change. There is votes that you can try even steal. Even people from outside, they see you're out and about the election you have stolen because of the numbers of votes that can come in. Because I know for sure in 2027 the amount of space and the gap that Ruto will be left with, those votes will not be a joke. And if he's trying to play with the system, I don't think that is going to be helping himself. He's just going to be having a country that is out of hand. So let him not play with the elections. If he wants to live in peace, let him not try and play with the 2027 elections. This is not a threat. This is a warning. Let him just know he does not play with 2027 elections. Because he's not only the only one who is checking at those elections. There is also international community. And he might be the first president to be jailed if he does not is not careful. So for the opposition, for the opposition, I think they need also to stop games and give us a candidate. They are doing too much games. Everybody saying he wants to become the president. They need to come together and they give us a name so that they can start now plotting a way of removing this guy. Because this guy, you need to start campaigns early. He's an incumbent. You need to start and tackling him very early so that he can lose when he's going to start his campaigns. He can be that he has been beaten hands down in the campaign trail. So they need to stop the games and need to start focusing now on 2027 if they are serious. Because Ruto now has started the campaigns. You can see the empowerments. Those are campaigns. They are not empowerments. Those are campaigns which have already started.
That's why I'm saying that look at how Ruto has started oiling his campaign. He has started oiling his campaign, and you have seen quite a number of Gen Zs are now are now saying, "Hey, we are supporting William Ruto." I've seen quite a number of people coming out saying they're supporting William Ruto. So you are right, madman, because although you're mad,
Not madman. I'm not a madman. I'm a bad man.
I'm only joking. A bad man. A bad man. You are so right. If these guys they don't get their acts together, we are how many next year? The next campaigns have already begun. Ben, campaigns zimeanza. Na kuna jamaa Ben, ndakupatia nafasi sahi. Kuna jamaa pale ametuchekesha sana. CCM CCM Chama cha Mapinduzi kule Tanzania kimekuwa uongozini kwa miaka 70.
Saizi mama aonesha watu moto. Nasikia
Mama
kwa
Suluhu aonyesha watu
kwa
moto
lugha ambayo
huko
si mzuri. Brother
Tanzania.
Benson yeye anajua hii lugha kwa lugha ambayo si kwa lugha ya heshima. Anasema anafira watu kule yule mama.
Hiyo ni
Si
lugha
lugha mzuri.
sanifu kabisa. Hiyo ni lugha sanifu.
Unajua katika CCM jambo ambalo limetokea ni ijawahi tokea sana wakati ambapo walikuwa wanachagua ugombea wa urais. Niliona mahojiano fulani wanasema kwamba kuna ile utaratibu walikeuka. Kwa sababu unapata kwamba walienda pale katika kongamano yao ile ya wanachama Dodoma, wakasema kwamba mwenye atagombea ni mwenyekiti, lakini unapata kwamba taratibu zao inakuwa ni kwamba, kwa sababu unajua hii ilikuwa ni awamu ya mwisho wa serikali ya John Pombe Magufuli. Yeah. So kwa utaratibu nadhani wanasema kwamba kila mtu ambaye anataka kugombea lazima watu waende pale na kamati kuu wadadisi hao watu ndio waseme kwamba huyu jamaa ndiye anatosha, lakini hiyo ni jambo ambalo halikutokea. Ni kama tu hakuna mtu ambaye alichukua fomu pia akasema kwamba pia anaenda, labda anakuwa na mpinzani wake, alikuwa ameenda unopposed. Like I think like there's a history that has been there that if you are going to vie for presidency, there are those people who wants to vie for presidency in CCM, whether you are running or you're not running, that you have to take the form and like the NEC has to discuss the two of you, you know. But like this time round, I think like she went unopposed. There was nothing like competition. So, and another thing that I want to say that will work against president and I mean like the opposition, and something that they have to know that I don't think like President William Ruto will just sit pretty and say that and wait the opposition to run around, because he will also have to organize his house, and his house is already organized.
Unajua tumekuwa tukiziangalia wapinzani sasa kuna dosie, kuna ile inaitwaje WikiLeaks ya Kenya. WikiLeaks kilitoa information za kuwa au opposition watachagua Kalonzo kama candidate ule ataface William Samoei Ruto. Ben, unaonaje Kalonzo head to head na William Ruto?
It can happen because like if you look at the demeanor,
unajua nataka uangalie hii siasa kuanzia hapa nataka I want you to focus on the debate. Kalonzo William Ruto debate.
Kalonzo
is going to carry the day?
In terms of debate, Ruto can carry the day because Ruto is a very good orator.
Yeah, that's already, he has already an age there.
Yeah, he's a very good orator.
In terms of finance mobilization,
Ruto is very good in finances.
He's already beaten him. Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of organization.
Yeah, he's well organized. He's like a step ahead of.
So Ruto is a step ahead of Kalonzo
in terms of organization, because you know the reason why I'm saying that, because like look at.
Yeah, you know why I want us to go to the basics. I want us to go to the basics of campaign and the basics of what makes a candidate win election.
Yeah.
And how it starts. Yeah. When Ruto drops a mic in a debate, when they are debating, and this is what will inform the kind of candidate that is going to face William Ruto. I've given you a scenario. These people are two of them in a debate session. They are talking about issues of governance, issues of corruption, issues of development, issues of they have all worked in all corrupt governments before. You have to know that. Yeah. So you've already said that Kalonzo will lose in a debate with William Ruto. In issues of finance and mobilization, he will also lose terribly when he's facing William Ruto. Now, how does this play with the opposition? How does he go and recover from losing in a debate, losing in finances, and then how does he convince the
Okay,
masses that he can do better?
now, Mzalendo, let's be. Are we talking opposition as a whole, or we are very, very particular on the Kalonzo Musyoka?
I am talking as candidate one on one, me and you. Yeah, what we can do, not backed by anybody. We are in a room. You are told to articulate. This is it. This is the imagination. I want this imagination to be in your head and the viewers at home. I want you to all have this imagination. We don't know these candidates. We are foreigners in Kenya. Want to choose one candidate who is best for the country. We are in a room with William Ruto and Kalonzo Musyoka, and the debate begins with all the issues that are affecting the country. Who is going to emerge the victor? Who are you going to choose?
No, we are not talking about issue based. We have to look at this in terms of orator on how, you can be good orator, but you're not talking about the issue based. For example, look at what happened between Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua during that debate. Who was seen as somebody who carried the day?
Oh, according to you, who carried the day?
From the look of things, Rigathi Gachagua carried the day, but not on points.
Oh, of course, Rigathi Gachagua carried the day. Hey,
Yeah.
Kenyan democracy have sent the link.
That's zero.
This is Njiru.
Kenya democracy.
Watu huko wana majina bwana.
Mbona wanaita Kenya democracy? Njiru bwana, nimekutumia hii link mara kama 100. And how did you get in the first time? Ndio hii ingine, I'm sending it again. Ndio hiyo.
Hata brother Benson anafaa tupatie jina lingine moja tuone badilishe jina kidogo.
Majina zetu zile za kawaida
Mi-
bwana.
Mimi hiyo imekataa kuanzia huko side za tukiwa kwa Mtembei huko mpaka tukifika huku sasa sijui.
Sasa mimi pia kila mtu ananiita najulikana kama mzalendo, lakini hii ni kwa sababu ni ishara ya kuwa tunataka hii nchi tuwe kitu kimoja. Hatutaki tupigania kama tukuangalie kama wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mjaluo, wewe ni Mkisii, wewe ni nani. Tunataka kuangalia kama sisi wa Kenya, na saa hizi tunaelekea uchaguzi.
Bwana Mzalendo,
My question to Ben was na Ben hajanijibu hiyo swali vizuri vile nilikuwa nadhani atanijibu. Hebu wewe wacha nikujaribu.
Okay.
Tuko na bwana Kalonzo na bwana William Ruto, ama sisi hawa ni watu tuseme foreigners wamekuja kuchagua candidate ule ataturepresent sisi kama wa Kenya. We have Kalonzo Musyoka,
yes,
and William Ruto in one room. Nobody know the people, the panelists wale wanachagua candidate, they don't know these people. They want the debate to be issue based. They want to see whether they can marshal a campaign with finances, and they want to see who can drive the crowd in a debate. So candidates start with a debate. Candidates tunaanzaga na debate. Kalonzo Musyoka and William Ruto, madman. Who will carry the day?
Yeah, that's a very good question. You all know Ruto by if it is a debate, you're asking about a debate or an election.
Yeah, a debate that will inform. You know what will happen at the end of the debate. Then the debate will create something called in politics enthusiasm. people now will want to hear more about you. All right, more about what you can offer. So when you go with me in a debate, even and you make a blunder and you are the popular candidate, your graph goes down. Unaenda chini immediately. Hakuna pale utapanda ukae ukijua hivyo. So on one and one, I am firing this candidate, Kalonzo Musyoka and William Ruto, in a debate on issues that are affecting the country. Who is
And
going
at
to
that
win that
time,
debate?
do you want us to take Ruto the way he has been? Ama you take Ruto in
You
which way?
know Kalonzo, you know Ruto. All these are people,
Okay.
you know, they have all worked in the civil service. And
Yeah.
remember, I want you to have in mind, all these guys have worked in all the corrupt governments. What?
So
They have got
for me,
nothing new they are
so
offering.
for me, in regardless of them coming to a debate between William Ruto and Kalonzo Musyoka, that's why you hear people are saying that they need a Matiang'i presidency, because in a case of Kalonzo versus William Ruto, I think William Ruto will wipe the floor of Kalonzo.
Thank you for
We need
that.
to talk the truth.
Thank you for that honest answer.
We need to say the truth. That's why you see people are saying we need a Matiang'i. You know, when you have a Matiang'i, we have seen what he has. You know, Kalonzo, we have not seen very serious things he has done. I will not want to bash him like that, but I've not seen major things he has done
You
when
see,
he
this
was in the ministry. But
Kalonzo is
Matiang'i,
yes,
Matiang'i,
Kalonzo.
if it was a debate between Ruto and Matiang'i, Matiang'i will wipe Ruto the floor. I'm very sure of that. But if it is between Kalonzo and Ruto, let me just say the truth. Ruto will wipe the floor, Kalonzo.
Yeah, and then carry the day all the way to the elections. Yeah, you will carry the day all the way to elections.
Now the problem in Kenya, the debates are not the one which are centered in making you a presidency.
No,
Because we thought Martha Karua tulidhania ni mnoma sana, but you see how the
what
Gadi wiped
happened?
the floor.
No, what happened to Karua and Gachagua?
But you know, Karua is not all about debate. It was decided already in Uzalendo.
You know, people didn't know about Gachagua until the debate happened between him and Gachagua, and that is and Karua, and that is the moment Karua lost the debate.
Yeah, but you have heard the statement you have said we did not know, but we know Kalonzo and we know Ruto. Already we know them. Rigathi, we never knew him. He was an MP. Alikuwa first time MP. I don't think even anybody knew about Rigathi. Only the constituents.
You know, I want you guys to understand one thing in politics. There has to be enthusiasm. There's no candidate ule kama ana vishasha, yani hakuna ule mtu analeta vishasha kwa campaign, that candidate cannot win the election. Kwa hiyo opposition, Njiru, nani candidate analeza leta vishasha kwa campaign ya opposition?
Let me respond. Nanisalimia Bwana Joseph. Thank you very much. I can see you really want to change Kenya. Juu hata usiku mko hapa. In my night maybe.
Sorry, jana nililemewa na usingizi.
You are okay. You're okay.
So let me tell you something about presidential debates. Presidential debate favors the candidate who is able to articulate the problem of the time. Ya hiyo wakati. The presidential debate is usually meant to make the voters to understand if the candidates who are being fronted to them, if they understand their issues. That's the importance of debate. Hakuna kitu ingine. So the debate is not about marketing. The debate is about showing the candidate who is able to blend with the issues of the moment. Because you know, Bwana Mzalendo, problems are dynamic. Issues of 2007 are not issues of 2013. Issues of 2013 are not issues of 2017. Issues of 2022 are not issues of 2027. For instance, in 2027, what are our issues? And fulfill the promises. It's an issue whereby you have a leader who promises X, he gives Y. Another issue is the overreach of the executive is an issue. When we talk of overreach, is you have a parliament which is toothless. it's an issue now. Those are now critical issues which now, kama saa hii ukisikiliza mpaka sasa, saa hii is not like Hasra dynasty. Saa hii unasikia and hata kwa watu, kwa basic people in Kenya unasikia watu wakisema hata hatuna bunge. My father who is not extremely learned, nasikia akiniambia hai, sisi hata tunanga bunge sisi. That's what he is saying. Yeah, he is a old mzee of 70 years. He understands that hatuna bunge. Hivyo ndivyo ananiambianga yeye mwenyewe. So
yeah, Raila repeated that today. Yeah.
Sorry?
Raila said that today.
Yeah, so that is what I'm trying to tell you now, and it is a problem which now Mkenya wa kawaida anaelewa. So now those are the issues which now Kenyans will be wanting. So ukienda kwa debate, if you're not able to let me tell you the reason why Gachagua beat Martha Karua flat. Martha Karua was a bit reserved. Martha Karua, and that is the mistake which I'm always saying here Matiang'i is making, even as we are supporting him. Once you decide to capture or to moderate a candidate, you lose him. Martha Karua went to the presidential debate as a moderated candidate. What is a moderated candidate? A moderated candidate is a candidate who has been told, don't say this, don't say this, don't say this, with a lot of don'ts. But you know how they think done. Like their advisors, what they tell them. Usiguze, this one is an explosive material. Usiguze. So you are being told not to touch so many things until you become an artificial candidate. Until unambu usiguze vitu, until now you are unable even to touch what voters want.
Mm-hmm.
Let me give you an example.
Yeah.
America 2024. In America 2024, what made Donald Trump attractive at the moment was he was able to touch the issues. What were the issues of the moment? He talked about the economy. He was talking about the deportation, even if like those were the issues. There was like an issue he was talking about. Cats are being eaten. Cats are being eaten. It's an illiterate statement, but it was a statement which was being given to people. That issue of cats being eaten, it was an immigration issue. Like he was trying to show the character of immigrants in a. So what I'm trying to say is that debates, I isolate you. They try to show how well you understand the problem of the day. That's it. And the debates are meant to sway undecided voters. Those are the people you communicate in the debate. So in the debate, you don't communicate with a tribe of bigot. Yani mtu ambaye anasema mimi napigia Raila Odinga. Hata so kwa debate kidogo brother Benson, kwa debate uende kuongelesha almost 1 hour. Uende kuongelesha almost 1 hour. Kwa debate unaenda kuongelesha watu kama akina Joseph ambao wanasemanga enyewe na wewe okay unaweza sema.
So nakuuliza, do you think all that you've mentioned based on the Kenyan voter, do you think those are some of the things they're looking for, especially when we have these debates? Especially now when you look at it into Kenyan context.
In Kenyan context, because you know we do not do scientific research,
yeah,
and in the same time also because our elections are stolen, we cannot judge the impact of presidential debate, but the presidential debate has an impact. In America, for instance, I remember like the presidential debate akina Donald Trump walifanya debate moja na Kamala Harris. It was the first election where people did one debate, but there is something which like you can trace, like for example in America. Let me give you like Hillary Clinton election. You remember the time when the reason why nakupea because it's a place where scientific data is being there. Before the presidential debate, Hollywood access sijui kama unakumbuka hiyo kitu ya Trump alikuwa anasema bora uko na pesa unagonga kila mtu. The Hollywood there was something Hollywood. I'm showing you the trajectory. It was in September. Hollywood access inatokezea. Hollywood access kutokezea na naenda presidential debate his polls collapsed. Polls zake zikaenda chini kabisa. Then in the next debate, he came up with a concept of trying now to also paint Clinton, not Clinton the wife, Clinton the husband. He now also tried now to see how he is now going to paint Clinton as a wife abuser, not wife, as a women abuser as well. You people, you are painting me as a woman abuser, na mimi sasa nitakuja pia sasa niwaekelee hiyo matope mnaniwekelea, sasa niwaekelee sasa a truckload, niwekelee sasa the same thing you are fighting me, niwekelee truckload. So with that, he was now able to shift his poll numbers again to his direction. To his direction a little bit. And then, until now, in the final debate, when he said now Clinton will be jailed, where now that statement of Clinton will be in jail, even if it was a brave statement, it was not true. That is one now which turned the election. Because now there were like some serious people who wanted to hear that statement in America. So why do I say? What I'm saying is that presidential debate will, they only sway very, very serious people in life. Lakini presidential debate sio ya jamaa yule ambaye sio ya watu kama anaitwa nani yule jamaa wa huko Baringo, anaitangwa aje? Yule jamaa alikuwa anasema tutaleta watu Nairobi. Huyo jamaa wa Baringo anaitangwa aje? Huyo jamaa alikuwa amesema tutaleta watu
on Kamket.
So presidential debate si ya mtu kama Kamket. Presidential debate hata uongee utoe pofu na macho. Kamket hawezi badilika.
No. Unaona, we are not. You see, there are those who have already decided. There are those who have already decided. There are those who have not decided. There are those who are waiting for the debate to see what this person is going to offer. You have to know that that is the importance of the debate.
And Father Didi anaanakisha moto kule chini, anasema Hollywood wanagongeana bila breaks. Siku hizi ako gloves off. Siku hizi naona Father Didi.
Mimi nakwambia
hiyo story ya Epstein, it has become so serious. Hatujui hata itaisha aje hiyo story ya Epstein.
Wachaneni na hizo stories za huyo jamaa. Huyo jamaa wachaneni na yeye, ama mnaanza kujiwa jamaa.
No, haina shida. So what I'm trying to say is that even in our presidential election, if you have to move the needle, you have to handle the issues of the day. So our candidates lazima tuambie, unaona sasa, lakini the moment you start escaping from the issues of the day, bwana mzalendo, the reason why Martha Karua lost the debate, she escaped from the issues of the day. She couldn't talk about Uhuru Kenyatta that time. Alafu sasa naye sasa Gachagua alikuja kuongea story za Uhuru Kenyatta bila breaks. Unasikia So lakini Martha Karua couldn't, because aliambiwa story za Uhuru, sijui story za hata Martha Karua akiongea.
Tunaona hiyo debate Raila chickened out. That affected his campaign.
Yeah, but now Mzalendo, let me, because like so Njiru, when you look at the political environment right now with what is happening with the administration of President William Ruto right now, what do you think can be the driving factors that would push the Kenyan voters to vote without being influenced emotionally? Because like our politics has always been emotional. What can be the driving factor to the ballot?
The driving factor to the ballot, Sahi, is the killings. Frankly speaking, we have never had a president in the world, not in Kenya, who has said that they shoot people in the leg. The declaration of that statement is that, and I don't understand why the Kenyan legal scholars, or they are not like talking enough about such a statement. Even if you go even in Asia, you never hear people even saying the word shoot somebody. You don't do that. You don't say that, shoot. So when Ruto said shoot them at the leg, that was an enough treasonous statement. Which, so ndio najaribu kukuambia sasa, brother Benson, Ruto has made so many kidogo tu mzalendo. Ruto has made so many mistakes that hii uchaguzi we even us we need to make a trillion mistakes to lose it. Na nimewaambia vizuri hii uchaguzi ya 2027 ama whichever the day tutafanya, it will not be like 1992. 1992 there were so many things which opposition did wrong, but I can tell you in 2027 it is impossible for the opposition to lose that election. We need to make so many mistakes for Ruto to win that election. And I will explain one of the mistakes which we can do, and it can give Ruto a poor position. The only mistake we can do, and it will give Ruto a poor position, is if we are unable to vote in range numbers. Once we do a euphoria, the euphoria will be able to fight voter rigging. So the euphoria fights everything. So what we need to do is we need to understand that if we don't rescue our country in 2027, we might be forced to stay for another 20 years. Ruto will now plan his proper succession plan. Ruto akipata 2027 anaweza hata tuwekea sasa puppet wake after he gets out of that. So there are so many dangers if Ruto returns back to power in 2027. We will now see a carnage of power. What is a carnage of power? A carnage of power is where the state turns into a dictatorial mode. You can see right now he is close to a dictator, and he is still seeking re-election. And who is a dictator? A dictator is somebody who does things repeatedly the same way in power. Unamwambia tutaki Murkomen, anakurudishia Murkomen. Like kama sasa ukiangalia Mzalendo, how many times has Ruto recycled the same people? Then fighting democracy. How do you fight democracy? Trying to upsurge opposition. And then sasa kutokezea watu wako na mapafu, you can see you fought opposition and you won on the opposition. So we do, up to now, right now, sasa tuko na opposition ya kujitolea, opposition ile ya pro bono opposition, guys who wale wana, and sasa Gen Z kakuwa sasa ndio opposition ya Kenya, until sasa watu kama kina Kashagu wakakuja wakajoin hiyo opposition. So what I'm trying to mean is that we have one chance to exterminate Ruto, and if we miss it in 2027, prepare for worse times for Kenya, because number one, those people will now, kuna pahali inaitangwa Jase Island, bwana Mzalendo. Already now Ruto is preparing his battalion. Who is battalion? Simunaona sasa huyu mtoto wake ameanzia kutokezea saa hii. Huyu anaitwa Nick Ruto, no, sio Nick Ruto. Huyu kijana wa magari anaitwa aje?
George.
Sasa George Ruto after 2027, huyu ndiye atakuanga na transport pesa Jase Island huko. So it will be thievery in large scale. It will be the worst. Sasa we have not seen the worst of Ruto. If 2027 Ruto, and God forbid, if Ruto returns to power in 2027, you can kiss Kenya goodbye. That's what I will tell you.
All right, Njiru is saying that if Ruto returns to power in 2027, kiss Kenya goodbye. I don't know whether you guys agree with what Njiru is saying. Leave a comment on the comment section and we debate about this particular issue that Njiru is so much disturbed that he might just get back to power if the opposition is not organized. Adman. All right. What do you resonate with Njiru's thoughts?
Yeah, I will start with where Njiru has left and say that you see this. He has given me also a thinking. You see this son of Ruto, Nick Ruto. You can see the moves that he's doing. He's clearly making the moves for the Gen Z. And with all this hula baloo of him opening cars, we all know that they are doing cleaning of money from the government. You know, biashara zile za wash wash, they'll be doing the wash wash with the business. hizo gari, they are just for cleaning up the money that is being siphoned. But for him, I think also he has seen that he can use his son for political gains. After he saw that the kids were very happy with the new Nganya, as they call it, new matatu, which was in town. So I think they also got it wrong. They thought that the kids maybe they were happy because of George Ruto or something, but they did not know that maybe the kids they love this Nganya, and maybe they were happy because of the matatu, but not because of political reasons. Because after you could hear them saying also one time when they were in there and the banter. But to echo what Jiru has said, debates are always like it's a place where you come to get to try and get the attention of the people who have not decided yet. Because already if you have a group of people who have decided they are going to vote for you, they have already decided they are going to vote for you. So you cannot even, maybe some of them can be changed or swayed, but in Kenya, most of the people, when they have made up their mind, I think they have made up their mind. But the debate is always meant to come and change the narrative of the people who still have not made their decisions or their choices. And to add on that, most of the debates in Kenya, you always see also this, like they are edged in one place. Some of them, even the media personalities, when you look at them, some of them is like they edged in one place, and they always throw their missile at one place. And for an incumbent to come and that's why you had Jiru told you Karua aliambiwa sikuja ongea kuhusu uhuru. For an incumbent, it is very hard for you to come for a debate. Not only in Kenya, even in the US, you saw how Kamala Harris struggled in that debate. Before the elections of 2024,
Yeah, because you have to defend your policy. This is the stage where you ask Ruto the hard question: why did you kill the children? That is the thing. Then he
yeah,
gets to answer them.
that's why I'm saying to defend your government as an incumbent, it's always very hard, and they always lose the debate. It's always I've never seen a debate where, maybe one or two, but I've never seen a debate where an incumbent has won the debate. Always the opposition will throw the incumbent. And for this case, the opposition also need to have a very strong person who can. If it was for Gachagua now, that is where I like he can come in. The problem is he cannot become a president. If you are impeached, you're already impeached. If it was in a debate mode, if it was in a debate mode, Gachagua could have been a beast mode, and I think he could have flawed Ruto. You know, Gachagua people only took him like the sort of people that they cannot even be able to communicate themselves. But I think he has shown on multiple occasions that he's very strong. The problem is
very strong in debate, man. He's
very articulate. Badman,
very articulate.
Kidogo, yes. Pia kitu ingine tunafaa, we should also appreciate ni ya kwamba even as we fear Ruto debating skills, there is one advantage we have. Already Ruto has been discredited or has been accredited as a lying agent. So in the next debate, hata akuje na ujanja inakaa aje, already sasa watu watakuwa wamefunga masikio, because already that perception of lies has been painted, and people like akina Gachagua, they have been able to funnel that information very well. I'm not saying that we cannot miss one or two people who can take Ruto rise as gospel truth, but I can tell you the amount of damage which has been done by so many people and the amount of evidence which is available there outside, vitu ambazo, yani, there is a living testimony ya kitu Ruto amekwambia itatendeka na ijatendeka, and promising and repromising, you know that. For instance, Kamanyarini, sasa nimesikia sasa Murkomen ameanzia kupromise Kamanyarini. The Kamanyarini
is what now?
Kamanyarini Stadium.
The stadium. Si huyu jamaa alikuwa ameenda kuenda kuangalia sana.
My friend, we will be looking at those stadiums. Those stadiums that Atlanta, they have costed Kenya a lot of money.
Njiru, you know, to me, there's something that I'm still yet to be convinced, especially when you talk about the political class and the promises that they made. All of them have made some promises that have not actualized. But now, you know what we are dealing with? We are dealing with the population, the population that we are dealing with. And we are asking ourselves that how is the population going to make informed decisions? You know, that is where we need to talk about. Because, like, remember, if you look at even the history of the history of our politics on how it has always been, people tend to shelve or go back to their kingdoms or their regions to seek for those support, you know, whereby people have this allegiance to their leadership, the kings of their region, whereby even if to say that some of the promises that president has made have not materialized, or they're not true or untrue, but now when it comes to the making of those decisions and getting good leadership, have we moved as a country? That's where my worry is, because if even right now, because like the term is, when you talk about 2 term and 1 term, constitutionally those terms they're constitutional. There's nothing wrong by saying 1 term or 2 terms. The constitution provide for that, because if you look at the constitution of Kenya, the constitution of Kenya gives especially president, you're given 10 years tenure. And this 10 years tenure, the constitution does not define when they should run. You can go for 1 term, you lose, then you still have 1 term. So for example, I'm just giving an example of President William Ruto. President William Ruto, if the united opposition can defeat him in the 2027 general election, he can go and repackage himself and come back, because he has only done 1 term. Yeah, so he can come and finish his 2nd term. The constitution allow that. Another one is, like, the constitution can allow you can run, then when election come, you go to the IBC, they clear you run again as an incumbent, and if you win, you run your 2 terms. But now we are asking ourselves, because you look at what is happening in the political scenario, and I can give you like the issues to do with the parliament right now. When you look at the judgment that was made by the High Court, it was made that the Azimio are the majority. So which means, as we speak right now, the majority leader should be Junet Mohammed, right? Honorable Junet Mohammed should be. And now when you look at that constitutionally, it means they've not obeyed the law. So do you think such will be a driving factor to the polls, to the people of Kenya? And they look at, okay, this is what is happening, and both the sides of the aisle are not law-abiding citizens. Will this one inform my decision, or there's some other factors that override those ones?
Okay, kabla ulete Badman na sijui hiyo jina alitoa wapi, ama ni ya Badman. And by the way, kuna vita mbaya sana Kabondia na Thailand.
Hiyo jina nitabadilisha, hata wacha nibadilishe saa hizi na wasumbufu.
Na mfuatilia. So brother Benson, by the way, right now that's a discussion we also need to sit down and sasa hakuna continent sasa haina vita. All the 5 almost all the 5 continents. Europe kuna vita, Asia kuna imechipuka, Africa kuna vita sasa. So maybe America na kina Mexico hapo sasa hao ndio bado hawajaguzwa. So now Asia imekuwa na issue. So let me explain to you something about your election. You see, election is statistical in nature, and different regions don't come out the same way. In every election globally, there is always a place where there is more turnout than another, because election is about the reason. So what are the reasons? So, and I will break for you Kenya into like 5 major blocks. We have the Mount Kenya block, we have the Rift Valley block, Western block, Coast block, Northeastern. So let's say we have like 5 major blocks. So Rift Valley, What are the reasons? What is Rift Valley looking for in the ballot?
Yeah.
You have to localize the problems at the end of the day. Like, and I want to back what Muzarendo said, enthusiasm. And when you are talking about enthusiasm or the push to vote, enthusiasm is just the push to do something. Yani, like sasa, mtu wa mlima, for example, kama sasa nikikuuliza brother Benson, mtu wa mlima na mtu wa Rift Valley, is the push the same?
The push is different.
So, and if you compare comparatively, who do you think is more pushed to go to the ballot?
The Mount Kenya is more pushed to go to the ballot.
So that will be a dichotomy. Then you come and now mix it. Yes, mtu wa Mount Kenya is pushed to go to the ballot, but mtu wa Mlima Kenya hana candidate on the ticket. Will the same push be there? It's also another dichotomy on top of that.
Njeru, that's maybe just to add on what you're saying. That's a very good and valid point. The people of Mount Kenya, the enthusiasm to go and vote is not as much as the people in the Rift Valley, where they are losing something if they don't turn out. And what is the driving force? They need to keep what they have. Mount Kenya already have nothing to lose.
But they want also them to lose.
No. I think Mzalendo there you're wrong. I think the driving force for Mount Kenya will be. You see, this election we are going, you are going to see numbers that you have never seen from Mount Kenya. I'm certain, and I'm telling you, because if they are going to go against Ruto and you see Ruto is just continuing to ni kama anaendelea sijui mnaitaga aje kwa Kiswahili, anaendelea ni kama kuwadharau. I think when you start seeing Mount Kenya ikiona unaanza kuwadharau, you see the votes that were given to Ruto, 4 million, and then Raila 1 million, they got 5 million. I'm telling you, it is going to be a higher number than that, because I know when my people, they are angry, and I'm telling you, they are angry, and that vote will be an anger vote. People say it is an emotional vote, but this time it will be an anger vote.
Let me pivot you a little bit. I want to pivot you on that point. I want us to put 2 exclusive events. It is statistics. There are things we call exclusive events. What are exclusive events? Exclusive events are events which are not related to each other, but they are influencing an outcome. I want to give you those 2 scenarios. Mount Kenya region, there is a memorandum which has been prepared, and they have been told, I'm just saying hypothetically, they have been told you are producing a prime cabinet secretary. I'm just giving it hypothetically. You are producing a prime cabinet secretary who will be serving in the government of somebody from Nyanza. It's an hypothetical case. Maybe Matiang'i or whoever. That's what is happening. So, and then there is Ruto on the other end, who will be having a running mate from Nyanza. It's an hypothetical case, because Kindiki will not be the running mate. So that one is something which we know, unless if Ruto wanted to crash. Brother Benson, you know that one way of Ruto losing the election is going to election with Kindiki. Hiyo uchaguzi hata tusifanye, ishaisha. So there will be, so ndio nauliza sasa, Ruto is having a running mate from Nyanza, because there is all scenarios that Ruto will either have a running mate from Nyanza, or, I'm putting it hypothetically, or he will try to look for ways of maybe having Kalonzo. If Kalonzo is not in the pole position in our dichotomy, those are also things which we are putting into play. You know, Kalonzo anakuanga midfielder, so Kalonzo anakuanga namba 6 all the time, so Kalonzo ni mtu anachezanga hapo half field. So
mbona unadharau Kalonzo hivyo?
Kalonzo anakuanga namba 6, you know that Kalonzo.
is a holding midfielder.
you cannot put a budget on Kalonzo to score. Kalonzo unaweza shtukia only goal.
Cheri wewe.
So wacha nimalizie hiyo story.
Wacheni kudharau Kalonzo hivyo. Kalonzo ndio presidential candidate.
No, I am not mimi sidharau Kalonzo,
candidate opposition.
but previous events inform succeeding events. So let me explain to you why. Unajua hiyo ni dichotomy nimekupea ya kwamba Ruto will be having a running mate from Nyanza or Kalonzo. That is the only dichotomy which can work for him. And he can pay Kalonzo whichever the money he wants to become the deputy president. It's an hypothesis inaweka. So na sisi so already you can see now Nyanza could divide. So again, we don't know the separation between Raila Odinga and Ruto. We don't know how that separation is going to happen. So hypothetically, wanaweza enda pamoja all through to the election. And maybe Raila Odinga will deliver whatever he will deliver to Ruto. Now, there is something here now. Watu wa Mlima Kenya sasa, the push which they have is they want Ruto out of power, but it's not about position now. The urge of like you want somebody there is not there. So, but there is something which will happen. Whoever will be supported by Akina Gachagua will be shortchanged by Akina Gachagua, and I will tell you that in Mzalendo for free. Do you know why? So that they will be able to attract and to have the loyalty of Mlima Kenya. Goodies will be promised to Mlima Kenya, and I'm sorry to say this. So you'll meet like if it is Matiang'i, he could even commit to 10 CS positions to Gachagua. Because unajua sasa ushaambiwa sasa this is the breathing point of the condominium. I'm trying to say this, Joseph, because I hope Gachagua will be more national na push coalition to those levels, because Gachagua could over demand, because sasa unajua sasa like if Matiang'i want to become the president, Mlima Kenya ikisema Matiang'i already ni kama sasa ako karibu sasa 30 something, so amebakisha kakitu kadogo ya. So what I was trying to say is that the enthusiasm is changing from location to location, and we have to look at the best combination which can be able to eject Ruto out of power. Na mimi mwenyewe nimeziangalia, this is the best combination which will get Ruto out of power.
Yeah.
Number one, this one should be the messaging from Mount Kenya region. The messaging from Mount Kenya region should be about bringing unity to the nation, and they have to show that they have capacity to support another person, just like they did in 2022, which was actually the fact that watu wa Mlima Kenya waliweza kusupport mtu mwingine outside their territory actually brought some unity, and it broke that narrative of 42 versus 1, which was like if they could have pushed for the position. That is number one. Then number two, Mount Kenya region has to show capacity of uniting other regions than Mount Kenya region. So in fact, Nyanza region with the Akina Natembea and Nini, they will rely on the wisdom of Mount Kenya region to bring that back together. Why? Because number one, like Western, since 2002, they have never been united. Since 2002, Western region has never been united. So they will need a very strong agent to bring their forces together. There is a risk right now with Raila Odinga outside the equation. I still see that close to 30-40% of Western region could still commit elsewhere. I don't know how Western region can be consolidated into one. It is something which is it can work, but I don't know how it can be. Maybe Brother Benson utaniambia. For me, I see the biggest headache is in Western, and actually Western, if 50% of Western gravitates to Ruto, we are now at a risk. We have also to prevent that if Ruto has to get anything from Western, it has to be something less than 50%. The reason why Ruto won the election the other time, it is because munajua Bukusu wali Bukusu, we had a leakage in Bukusu with akina Wetangula na watu wakati tusikia anapata sijui kula maelfu huko. So we have to think about Western seriously. Western issue is not a joke. Na historia ya kusikiliza hatuoni tuache. We have to start now looking for other serious people to listen to. So Western is an headache. I don't know how we will be able to solve that. Places like Northeastern, I'm not worried of them. Those ones, you can even give up on them. I don't think they are consequential. Another place where we have to be very critical ni Ukambani. Ukambani can easily go to Ruto if Kalonzo is promised goodies. Because there is one thing, na nikitu nakuuliza hapa Brother Benson, if Kalonzo is not the presidential candidate of the opposition, and he is told you'll be the deputy president or the prime cabinet secretary, and at the same time Ruto tells him you'll be the deputy president, we defend this thing together. Where will Kalonzo want to be? Nimeuliza tu chances mbili. Ruto amemwambia kuja ukue deputy yangu, number one. In the united opposition anaambiwa we will either give you the deputy or the prime cabinet secretary. Position Kalonzo atataka kukua wapi?
Can I take that one? No, you take
okay.
it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, just take it, then I will come after you.
Okay, I want to answer Bonanjiru. He has asked a valid question. If when Kalonzo can be given deputy president from the side of the opposition, or he can be given for the side of Ruto, what I'll tell you, the people in Okambani have seen what has happened to the people in Central Kenya and Mount Kenya initially, and what they have been done. So I don't think they can like to be beaten twice. You know, once beaten, twice shy. I don't think they can like also to get into that affair of. I think they are comfortable well pahali wanaweza kuwa wanasikiza kuna kawom fulani ka cousins. You know these things you call cousins, they are very serious. People always take them for a joke. But there is somewhere they want to feel a bit of warmth. Because if they are going to join Ruto, let's be frank and say, if he's given the deputy president, the people from Nyanza, they are going to be aggrieved because that is what they are looking for. Hiyo ndio kitu wanaangalia for. So I think and that we start frictions. And I think most of the governors in that area, most of them, I don't think they can agree to Kalonzo going to that route. I don't think if it is akina this Senator Mutula Kilonzo and akina Wambinya can be swayed. But you know, also there is people like Akina Mudhama there. They are still also big wigs. And I saw they are also not supporting Kasongo. It's very hard. Also by him, William. And then I see like Kalonzo feels anasikiaga warmth akiwa karibu na Martha. Or you don't see that. Anapenda pahali Martha yuko.
Wacha nikuongezea swali Joseph,
Oh.
nataka kukuongezea swali
Yeah.
Let's assume this way. Ruto na Kalonzo is a deputy and Raila Odinga goes to their side. Then na upande yetu Matiang'i and Rigathi Gachagua. Can you predict the winner?
That's deal done. That's Ruto ameenda kitambo sana. That's Ruto ameenda.
Ameenda president ama ameenda nyumbani?
Ameenda president.
You know, guys. Unaona the way you are narrowing it, then you are now
now
He asked a valid question. Zalendo, he asked a valid question. If Ruto and Raila and Kalonzo, they go together, that one I'll agree with Brother Benson. But just as know that Kalonzo and Raila will never work together where wamefika. That is something I've seen. If it is hiyo ni kitu nimeona hata vile watu wanasema ni serious. I think Kalonzo
guys, let me now I've forgotten about the Gen Z vote.
Yeah.
I want to focus on the tribal vote. That is where all of you are.
Mm-hmm.
Rigathi Gachagua is coming with Central Province.
True.
How many votes are those? That's maybe 5 million. Give him 5 million thereabout.
Mm-hmm.
Kalonzo Musyoka is coming with about 2 million votes. That
2
is
million.
about 6 million.
Mm-hmm.
About 6 million. Kisi vote is about another 1.5, maybe
Yeah,
one.
including the diaspora, the Kisi diaspora who are living.
No. What's an diaspora for now?
No, diaspora as in like they're not coming from Kisi County. They are living
Yes,
maybe.
yes. That's
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Mzalendo Pole, can you start again, Pole? I was answering.
I am
Umesema
looking at.
I started from Kikuyu.
I want to give the opposition. Do you know the way they are campaigning? I want to be sure that Kalonzo can deliver the all of Eastern Province
That is
comfortably, and I want you to tell me whether he can do that comfortably.
No, Eastern Province he cannot because you know Embu and Meru are in Eastern Province, and
So he cannot.
those
He
ones.
cannot. So you are sure he cannot deliver
No, maybe you
100%?
say Ukambani, but don't say Eastern Province. Unajua Embu is in Eastern Province.
And Ukambani iko wapi?
Hiyo kitu inategemea anadeliver wapi.
anadeliver
So
wapi?
in
Yes.
Eastern, not Eastern. Say he's going to deliver in
Ukambani iko
Ukambani,
wapi?
the three
Ukambani
counties,
iko
the three
wapi?
counties.
No,
Iko
with
Eastern.
Wamonyoro he can deliver the whole of it. With Wamonyoro he can deliver all of it.
Haya.
Kama ako pande wa Monyoro anadeliver the whole of it. Lakini akienda kwa Ruto.
But yeah, that's what Jiru is saying. Kama ataenda upande yake akina Raila, just know he's not going to deliver the Eastern.
Mimi naongea kura ya opposition. Mimi sijaingia.
Okay, all right. Opposition.
So, okay.
About the opposition. Kalonzo Musyoka is delivering Eastern. Nimempatia Eastern yote.
Ngapi?
Eastern because akona nini, one factor that is constant is Wamunyoro. Remember that one factor that is constant is Wamunyoro.
So Eastern unampatia ngapi?
Eastern, let me give him 2 million votes.
2
2 million votes.
Wamunyoro.
No, it cannot be 2 million if you are counting Eastern vote. You need to count Embu and Meru in a different way.
No, I'm not counting. Okay. Unafikiria wanaweza fika 3 million?
Yeah, if you are including Embu and Meru.
Tunasema
just put it like this. If you want to put Central Province alone, kama unataka put Central Province alone, put it alone. And if you want to put Mount Kenya,
si ndio kura ya Mount Kenya last time ilikuwa 5 million. Haikupita hapo.
Yeah, including Embu and Meru, lakini sasa umesema Eastern. Ukisema Eastern already unapeleka Embu.
Tuseme Central ni 5 million.
Okay.
Kura ya Kamba nimesema ni about another 1.5. Tuseme tu I want to give them 6 million at most, ile wanaweza pata hizo region mbili watapata 6 million votes comfortably. That is if they are in the opposition and if they stick together.
Yeah.
And that is kura ya 2 regions, Eastern na Central. Then where else is the opposition guaranteed of votes if they stick together? If the presidential candidate is not
No, what about you? You've not talked about Kisi.
I'm going to Kisi now.
Yeah.
We have Matiang'i and Maraga in Kisi, of which Matiang'i seems to be having an upper edge of Mariaga in that election. Now, if Matiang'i is not the presidential candidate in the Kisi region, will the Kisi people give the opposition the votes maximum?
Sasa hiyo kura sasa ni 70%. Inavunjika.
Unaona hiyo kura ishaanza kurudi, inaanza
like 70%. What can we give that 70% around?
That vote will go 50-50.
No, but if Matiang'i is president or deputy,
we are looking at a scenario. We are going to look at all those scenarios, and we are going to look at all those scenarios. Here is a scenario where we are looking at how the opposition votes are going to be divided. And I'm looking at places like Kisi, where Ruto has got also quite some MPs that are in that region, people like Osoro, Jabez, and all that. Those people are going to give Ruto votes. They might not be as many, but they'll get a sizable amount of votes in Kisi region. Now, Kisi, we have said it is 50-50. It can go either way. It's a swing vote depending on where the candidate will be. That one you have to mark it.
So we give it 500 or how much?
Yeah, give it 500. Give it
That is 0.5.
yeah, 0.5. Now we move to Nyanza. Nyanza hapa ndio kuna kizungumkuti. They are
Luo
going,
Nyanza now because you've taken off Kisi.
yeah, we are now going to Luo Nyanza. Luo Nyanza are driven in politics by emotion. Where Baba will be,
Mhm.
Baba has shown mixed signals. Uko pande hii na pande hii. He might decide at the last minute he's swinging towards Wamunyoro's side, or it sticks by Ruto. But I'm seeing chances of him sticking with Ruto till the end.
Yeah.
So in Nyanza, I'll give it a 60%.
The best they can deliver is 70.
Maybe 70 on the higher. That is the highest side in Jiru. That is very, very high.
So how much are we giving it?
In terms of
Numbers. Figures, yes.
give them 2 million. Not 2 million. Give them 1.5.
1.5.
Yeah, give them 1.5.
Okay.
That is in Nyanza.
Yeah.
But no, that is now Ruto's side or opposition
No,
side.
that is now Ruto's side. That is
Hiyo
now,
unaweka kwa Ruto side, sio kwa
now hiyo
opposition.
unaweka separate. Hiyo unaweka separate kwa Ruto's side.
Yeah.
Now we move to this region, another big voting block, and that is the Western region. Western region, the way it is right now, they have not got their acts together. By now, they should have been having their acts together. They seem to be so divided. All right, just like Tawe movement is coming with his Tawe thing. So the areas of Trans Nzoia, if Natembea is not going to consolidate that vote in Western, then I am seeing that that vote, majority of it, might go to William Ruto.
So like how much on your rough estimate of figures?
What is Western vote right now is number 2. Hao ndio wanafuata, there are 3 million there, so give Ruto there 2 million.
Okay, 2 million.
2
So
million.
that is 3.5.
That is 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
So where we are left with the Mombasa region. Mombasa region, Ruto will have an edge over the opposition. One, if they stick with Raila, there's the Raila factor in Mombasa. I'm talking about the tribal election.
Yes.
There's a Raila factor in Mombasa, and there is also Kalonzo factor in Mombasa.
So how
there's little of Gashagwa factor in Mombasa, and all those other Kinamatiangi, they'll be very insignificant in the coastal region. So in the
and
coastal region,
remember Western, you've not given the opposition.
In Western, I have given. They can get 1 million votes in Western.
Okay. 1 million. That is 4.5, 7.5. Yeah.
And
Okay.
that one will be driven by one Malala. Malala is the one who is going to deliver.
Okay.
This is if the situation remains constant the way it is.
So okay. Now
so a lot can change. If somebody like Sifuna defects from the current situation and joins this other side, Western the Western vote will change. because they will bring the enthusiasm that they don't have at the moment.
Let's stick by current situation.
Yeah, so we are sticking by the current situation.
Yeah.
Sifuna is still going to stick by Baba,
Mhm.
maybe till the end. Yeah. So we are in Mombasa.
Yeah.
So in the coastal region, I want to dwell on the cosmopolitan area of Mombasa town. That will inform you how Kilifi will vote and the rest of Mombasa.
Mhm.
That that area still is an opposition stronghold, which is
Yeah.
leaning towards William Ruto. Now, who is the strongest candidate who can tilt the scale in Mombasa? The opposition have got none. They have got maybe
Si tuko na
uh,
huyu Jicho Pevu. Jicho Pevu ni kama
Jichopevu is rumored that he might be joining the opposition, the united opposition.
yeah, Gichopebu might be joining the opposition, but he's a new kid on the block, so
but
he
I
will
don't
be
think
running.
he doesn't have salvo. He doesn't have salvo.
Yeah,
So
so
which means coast
he,
opposition does not get anything.
no, they will get something because of the Kambas who are
just
in
divide it
Mombasa.
like 40-60.
Yeah, give it a 40-60.
So how much are we giving the opposition in coastal?
40. Give opposition 40.
So 40 in terms of figures?
Yeah, 40%. So see, 140 cost inakuanga na around 1.5 million votes. 1.5. So 1.5 by 40, that's 600. Peana 600 alafu hiyo ingine umwage kwa Ruto.
So that is 600. If you add 600 on that, that is 8.1. So what are we giving the
bado hatuja consider northeastern.
Yeah, so we are still in the coast. So coast, so
namwekea Mato link, Mato anataka kukuja. So
cost, what are we giving the government side?
In coastal
figures.
Ilikuwa 900. So utawapea 900, 600 na 900.
Okay, so
the voter, you remember, know that the voter population in the coast region is 2 million, around 2 million people.
No, that's why tumeipeana around 1.5.
Around 1, yeah, wapatie 1.5.
Kufanya 40 by 60, hoping that they will not vote all of them. Yeah, so unajua tunasema like that extreme influence of Raila. So unajua na the condition ya kupea serikali hiyo ni sababu we are assuming Raila atakuwa pande yao. That's why tumewapea that edge.
Yeah, tunapatia that edge because tuna assume that baba atakuwa pande yao. Asipokuwa pande yao, things are bound to change, but it will not change much. Ita change tu kidogo, and I'll give you the reason why. Sasa tuko wapi ndugu zangu?
Northeastern sasa, Northeastern ifanye 50-50.
Northeastern.
50-50.
Yeah, Northeastern, hapa ndio sasa kura ya ukabila inakuwa determined. And you know, I want you to watch what the government has done in Northeastern. First, it made sure that they are getting free IDs. Second, they are saying that their numbers are not what is represented in the voters register.
Have they been issued? Have those IDs been issued or
IDs are being issued? What are you talking about? IDs inapeanwa. So kuna hizo areas za Kakuma.
I thought IDs are given organically. IDs zinapeanwa Kenya mzima. IDs haziwezi kuwa zinapeanwa region moja.
Boss, the government can suppress. Unasikia kitu gani? Ile mbio ya kuenda kwenye huko ushago kwenye, ni watu wangapi wanataka ID? Ni wachache sana.
The problem is, you cannot base on them being given ID ati watavotia Ruto. You can give them IDs and wakatae kumpigia kura.
No, mimi nakwambia stop thinking like that. Be realistic. Be realistic and look at their voting pattern, the way they have been voting. An ID being issued for free, that is
what I
already
know
a
is
plus
that
to the government.
Mandela can come to our side. Mandera itakuja pande yetu. Mandera is a bit
okay.
Dynamic.
And
Mandera
Isiolo, even Mzalendo is forgetting Isiolo. Isiolo kwani kwa wapi?
No, Isiolo ni Eastern. Forget about that. Nasema tu Mandera, Wajir na Garissa. So Wajir na Garissa, hizo unaweza, we can say they will be a bit complex. But Mandera is a bit dynamic because Mandera sio kama Northeastern. Mandera kuna vile.
Who is the current governor for Mandera?
This young guy.
Hata tuwakumbuke.
Acha nikuangalilie.
He's a guy of UDA. What am I trying to tell you? Hizo ndio vitu zile ukiambiwa sasa ndio unaanza kuona the path. Mato, I've sent you the link. Subscribe to Afrique upate hiyo link direct. Ingia hapo kwa Afrique uende uweke tu subscription. It doesn't cost you anything. So that you can get the link direct. When I post, nimeipost tena mara ingine. So unaona hizi vitu kidogo kidogo unaanza kuangalia.
Huyo governor ni nini wa UDM? Ile party rejoin UDA, but it's from UDM.
Yeah.
UDM, that is.
Those are areas traditionally they are always in government. Most of the time they are in government. And they have got one reason why they are in government is because of the favors that are coming in government. Adan Duale has done a lot in Northeastern. Right now, as we speak, in the forces, they are number 3 in the forces. Ukienda polisi, ukienda jeshi, hao ndio wako number 3 kwa wingi. So don't underestimate.
So how many votes have you given them?
They are claiming that, right now.
Not claiming, Mzalendo. How many votes are you giving them? Don't claim.
Listen, I am currently. Let's work with the figures that are there. We are. Is it 800 and almost a million votes?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
It's a million votes. Hiyo ni minus a registration na minus anything that can happen. Unaona, there are almost a million votes.
So like Mzalendo on because like now we will add this figure. So on your rough estimate when you're looking at it, maybe opposition and the government now, on your rough estimate, considering all those numbers and maybe giving them, where do you see the competition is, especially when you're putting that? Or where do you see the winning side, if to say?
If the opposition will do very well, then they must do extremely well in urban centers. Extremely, yani kama ni Nairobi wanafagia karibu viti zote. Kama ni Mombasa, Nakuru na nani wanafagia hizo viti, but I don't see that possibility. Because, and that is the reason why head-to-head opposition with William Ruto head-to-head minus the Gen Z factor, that election can go anywhere.
So, Mzalendo, let me help you on big cities, metropolitans. We have around 5 mega cities. That is Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, Nakuru, and Kiambu.
What about Eldoret?
Maybe, okay, we can put Eldoret. So 6 of them. So I can say Nairobi you can do Nairobi opposition can take it to 60%. We can take it to 60%. Even with Raila Odinga with Ruto. Kisumu you can give Ruto. sorry, hii hata tulikuwa tushapeana already, hiyo tulikuwa tumepeana kama nini, so we should not count those one. Even Mombasa tusihesabu. So the only place now large cities, so the ones which influence each other, so like Ruto atakuwa na Eldoret, Eldoret na Kisumu. Nakuru is divided, so Nakuru ni 50-50.
50-50.
Then Nairobi opposition will take. So you can see opposition is, when you look at cosmopolitan cities, opposition is having an edge.
What about Mombasa? You've not mentioned about Mombasa. Mombasa, the Ruto will be having if Raila stay with him.
Yeah, okay, that one they can take.
Yeah.
So how many each one has?
So right now we are looking at Eldoret, Kisumu,
and
that
Mombasa.
Is, and Mombasa.
Okay, then opposition to kuwapea Nairobi.
Nairobi,
Kiambu. Which another? Nairobi, Kiambu, Nakuru. Who is taking? Nakuru, they can.
Nakuru is 50-50. That's what we said.
Okay. Fine. So we have 2-3.
Yeah.
So it means that opposition has to do very well in the inner cities, the rural ones.
Which we now, if you look at it critically, when you come to the villages, especially the village, as Mzalendo was saying, in terms of now we are looking at the way the vote pattern has always been, minus the Gen Z, you find that the combination of Raila Odinga and President William Ruto tend to do well as vis-a-vis
they will
the
do well
opposition.
in all the rural areas. Yeah,
they will do well in the rural areas.
But I thought you said, Brother Benson, Raila, Ruto, and Kalonzo.
No,
we remove Kalonzo in the mix now again.
No, Kalonzo is with the United Opposition. Yeah. So if you look at, we are looking at the rural areas and the major cities. Yeah. Because if you take the 6 cities, we find that the Raila and Ruto combined together almost get 2 of them. Get 3. I mean, get 2, because they're getting Eldoret, Kisumu, and let's say Mombasa.
Mombasa also is 50-50. Mombasa is 50. Last election, if you checked the numbers, I hope you can check Mombasa elections. They are there. Yeah. You can check. It was 50.
You know why I'm telling you this, guys, and this should inform you each and every time when you're going to elections. The people who are going to win in all these major cities, the cities are cosmopolitan cities. They reflect what is going to happen in the rural areas. How the pattern in Nairobi, if the opposition is going to win in Nairobi, then the dominant tribe in Nairobi, the opposition is going to carry the day in that particular area. That has been the pattern of elections in Kenya. So, as it is right now, if you look at those numbers the way they are, the opposition are still struggling. Even you are looking at it like, now you are like, hey, kumbe hiki tu sio ni rahisi vile vile tunafikiria. It is not as easy as you think. It is very, very difficult to win the election in those areas that I've told you. In those areas that it has to be euphoric.
But the question is, Mzalendo, between the rural areas and the urban areas, where is the votes too much?
The rural areas. The rural areas.
So you need to say rural. The rural areas is where the vote is high. Yeah.
But remember also there are those who are in the urban centers that during the election they tend to go back home.
Yeah, to the rural areas. That's why I'm asking that question, because
the
for
turnout,
me, going back
is a lot in the rural areas.
I stay in Nairobi.
Yeah. Mimi nakwambia turnout ya ushago kwenyu iko juu.
Kenya is 30% rural. So Bwana Mzalendo.
Yeah.
Kenya is 30% rural. 30% rural. No, not 30% urban.
Yeah, Kenya is 30% urban.
Guys,
so,
guys, 30%
then Mkenya mkora kidogo maybe anataka kuchangia kitu so tumepata namba zote hizi sasa, mtuambie like nilisikia ukisema opposition walikuwa na 8.1 ile namba ya Ruto.
Yeah, that one, that opposition had 8.1. Remember, Rift Valley was not added by the time we were adding that.
Hata tujaongea mambo yake.
Hatujaongea mambo ya Rift Valley. Now that is like a stronghold where now we are looking at the President William Ruto.
The way it is already these guys are neck to neck, and you've not added Rift Valley.
But Rift Valley, also is a divided vote. Don't you know that there is South Rift and there is North Rift?
Majority will go to William Ruto. Whether it is divided or not, majority will go to William Ruto.
So how has he come to 8 million? That how much did you give to Nyanza region? How much did you give votes?
Acha niangalie. Acha wapi ile nime
Can I come in please?
Yes, you can come in. Ubisha, unataka kuingia na dirisha ama unataka kuingia na mlango?
Thank you.
Say something, Mato.
Narukia kwa ceiling.
Leo ni mbaya aje.
Okay. Nimbaya, I'm nipati.
Oh, you're okay Benson. Now. You're okay now. You're okay.
Yeah.
You're okay. Just go ahead, Mato.
Thank you guys. The reason actually imenifanya nikaingia kabisa is because of these numbers that you're trying to make. Now, the biggest thing that I wanted to say is that unajua kuna kitu moja mnafanya makosa hapa hivi. Mnaingiza numbers. Hakuna kitu inaitwa namba saizi. Saizi ni watu wanajipanga na si kujipanga only. Is that this is not normal politics anymore. It's not hizo vitu za manamba mnaita. Saizi when you look at the country mali iko haijalishi kama ni Kalonzo ama ni nani. It doesn't matter who. Right now, mali tumefika, we don't care. We just want to do that mosquito thing. And the thing, the moment you guys understand that we are not really in this thing to talk about numbers, is the moment that you guys will really understand that hiyo kitu imeisha kabisa. We're not going to have, we don't care about the Gachagwas, we don't care about the Rutos, we don't care about anything. Right now, guys are really vouching for good governance. And yes, they might have beat us on the streets.
So when you say numbers will not count, you want to tell me that we will get a leader from thin air, or where is the leader going to come from? At the end of the day, we have
Zero. Let me tell you, Zero. We're not going to get a Kikuyu leader anymore. We're done. We're not going to get a Kalenjin leader no more. We're not going to get a Luo leader no more. We're not going to get a Kamba leader no more. The thing is that somebody will have to come out, and Kenya is past that. I mean, we're done with the tribal bullshit and tribal stupidity. It's done. Okay, so now we're going to get a leader like you, Njiru, as you, not because you're a Kikuyu. We're not going to do that BS anymore. And luckily, if we do get to 2027, because I don't know if we're going to get there, but if we do get there, yes, we are going to get you as you, not you as a Kikuyu. We're going to get you because you're a good person that is actually leading the country, and not just leading the country, but actually doing what needs to be done, and doing exactly what needs to be done. So we're not here we don't know this Murima, we don't know this, I don't know what. We don't care where you come from.
Mato,
Yes,
Mato,
yes.
I don't know whether if you can allow me to ask you a question, because you know, and I want to just ask you based on the history. And when did people come and realize that that is going to be the force? Because this issue, to me, it came immediately after Gen Z, when the Gen Z came out uh, and protested, and people saw that, okay, now this is now going to be issue based. But to you, when you look at Kenyans, when you talk all the things that you're talking about, do you feel that can be the driving force? And that is something that I've been always been asking. Can Kenya all be in the agreement that our driving force to the polling station are this and this and this, not including the tribe? That's my question to you. And how do you come into that conclusion?
Brother Benson, you're 100% right where you know where you're going. Because let me tell you, where we came to realize this, that we're not going to do this. And unfortunately or fortunately, but also it's our country, we can speak about it. We've had this thing of the Kikuyus and the Kalenjins since independence, and people have come to realize that, and also the Luos, by the way, Luos have been on the peripheral. So guys have come to a point to realize that listen, we are 47 tribes, and most of them, even the Maasai, has never been there. I mean, Saitoti almost did it, was almost there. But again, when you find this tribalism thing is not working, and not just in Kenya, it's not working in the geographical, geopolitical thing in Africa. And that is why you find places in Africa, they're not really going through the tribal thing. Yes, I know we are really diverse in our country, but then again, it has come to a point that nobody cares about the Kikuyu, nobody cares about the Luo, nobody cares about the tribal card is not playing anymore. It's never gonna work. It's not working. But then, so we've come to a point in our country, and especially the diaspora, and also even the Kenyans in Kenya themselves, they've come to a point that they don't even give a damn about who you are and what you are. And that's why people are going to the streets and actually talking about their constitution. We don't care. We don't care.
Mzalendo,
Yeah.
do you agree? Because I don't know whether you agree, because, like, you know, we are dealing with the leadership, yeah, and the nature of our politics, because not everybody has come to the realization of what the Gen Z did. There's still those who are still stuck with their old ways of voting, you know?
Yeah. You see, I have seen that pattern. People don't really. There are people who don't recognize what the Gen Z did. But the people who recognize what the Gen Z did are the middle class and the people who are somehow more informed in terms of society. The others are only like, okay, these guys managed to do this. Yeah, it is okay, but we'll still stick to our traditional ways of voting. That is why I brought that map. That map was very, very important. Then I now want to bring the Gen Z factor. So the Gen Z factor will play a very, very crucial role. What Mato is bringing right now, when it comes to decide who is going to be the president. But when you come to the tribal traditional ways of voting, you have seen clearly that all this, no matter how much you try to sugarcoat it and say that, hey, we are strong on this other side, when we now look at the numbers, you find that you are weak. You are doing so well in Gashagwa is doing so well in Central Province, but is doing so extremely poorly in
Zalendo,
Nyanza.
I wanted to hear the numbers that you gave from Nyanza. That is what I wanted to hear. I never got the answer. That is the
Oh,
numbers I needed to listen.
Nyanza, we have got around 3.1 million votes. Yeah,
But you know that hiyo inakinzana na kile ninaona hapa, kwa sababu I've been following I've gone back to check how people voted in the three counties in Nyanza. And if I check Kisumu in the last election,
and
had
that number of 3 point something is Mzalendo Pole, please.
Macho, wacha nisome hizi numbers kwanza. Then you come in.
Soma tu please.
Kisumu had 606,754,000. And do you know how many people voted for Raila Odinga? 419,562. William Ruto got 10,000 votes. Let's go to Siaya. Siaya has a voter register of 533,595. That is what was there. And the turnout, Raila got 371,201. Ruto got 4,307. Let's go to Homa Bay. Homa Bay, it has a registered voters 551,071. Raila got
Mato watu watatufungia bana. Can you just then Mato then mute your video bana.
Ameweka video.
Unajua ako ana nini? Ana sigara.
Then I was saying Homa Bay. Nilikuwa nasema Homa Bay ni 300.
Wapi umemute nani?
Mimi sijamute mtu.
Okay,
so where I was going with these numbers, where I was going with these numbers, if you add addition of them, they are about 1.5, 1.7. And to look at the numbers, Raila was a presidential candidate at that time. At that time, he was the presidential candidate. Do you expect that they are going to have that higher voter turnout for Ruto if that was the voter turnout in 2022? That's the question.
The replica is the same. They will still be the same in Central, just the same way it is
lakini kitu brother Benson kitu nani, and I cause I'm a mathematician here, and nimekuwa nikiangalia hii kitu na tuliongeaga. You see the problem what you guys are doing, your numbers yes valid venye zilikuja, but you have to go back and look at the numbers actually, because I was here and I was sitting here and we were tallying. I didn't even go to work that time. I was tallying with my computers and everything. And let me tell you the truth. The thing is that these numbers that you're giving us, those are the numbers that were brought up by IABC. And when you talk about these numbers, you have to actually kind of realize that these numbers were not realistic. And when you talk about what did you say for Kisumu? What did you say, Benson? What did you say for Kisumu? Oh, okay.
It's not Benson, it is me who was saying.
You see these regions, even though we Nakuaga.
Because when you look at the numbers, first of all, we have to be realistic. Aki mabishto wangu, I like you guys because you are really munaangalianga hii kitu vizuri. That number, of course, that is not the population of Kisumu. So when the population is not tallying, you can never ever say that that's what the number is. Now, can we first of all agree to disagree that the numbers were wrong in all way, and that is why the servers were never opened, because nobody could open them, because if you open them, it's messed up. So first of all, let's agree Ruto never won, but then we have to change this thing so that it doesn't happen again, so that what waki vote, it has to be the vote. And the reason that we are having a problem right now in our country, na tuko na hii problem time ya Moi, is because something went wrong because the numbers do not tally. I am a me engineer. I know numbers. I watched them. And this time I was very invested into getting into, watching this thing. Something went wrong. And it's the thing that now we are hearing from, I don't know, I know Gachagua, first of all, he can never, now hata mkisema vitu za Gachagua, Gachagua can never be a president because he was, according to the constitution, he can never be. Okay? Fine, hiyo tumemaliza. Hiyo tuachane now, Gachagua can never be. Okay, but then the numbers, these numbers that you guys are talking about, there's no number. There's no number. Ruto never had any number. You tell me, niambieni nani alipigia Ruto? Hakuna. So, but then we keep on running around like Ruto won. Ruto never won anything.
Wait, Mato, wait, you are taking us back to the elections, the 2022. Ruto is the president. He won the election. We could debate that until tomorrow.
Hapana. Hapo ndio tuko na shida. Saizi, baba, hapo ndio tuko na shida saizi.
We are looking at the numbers
Alishinda,
of the future.
niambie kaunti moja alishinda. Niambie kaunti moja alishinda.
Alishinda Rift Valley.
Wapi?
What do you mean ati alishinda wapi Rift Valley? Si alishinda huko ma Rift Valley, Nakuru alishinda. Huko kwao Eldoret alishinda. Unataka niendelee? Pokot alishinda.
Yes, endelea. Endelea.
Sinakwambia Samburu huko kote alishinda.
Okay, endelea.
So you want me to continue?
Yes.
To where he won the elections.
Yes.
Nairobi alishinda.
Endelea.
Alipata kaunti ya Nairobi.
Endelea.
Tukishatoka kaunti ya Nairobi alishinda gani? Hizo kaunti zote za Central alishinda.
Endelea.
Ni Eastern alishinda kaunti ngapi?
Wapi kwa Kalonzo huko Ukambani huko ni kwetu.
Meru, Embu huko alishinda. Ni kwa Kamba huko kwenye ndio hakushinda boss.
Aya, endelea.
Sasa si nishakwambia karibu zote sasa Mato.
Si unaona umekwama.
Nilikwambia yani unaangalia Ruto alishinda kaunti ngapi? Kaunti ziko 47 alishinda ngapi?
Baba, boda. Umesema Rift Valley. In a very nutshell umesema Rift Valley yote ilikuwa Rift Valley yote umesema. Na umesema nini Kikuyu side. Haya. Hapo ndo umemalizia. Cause hizo zote umeniambia ndio unaweza nipigia kelele mingi uniambie sijui kelele ya wapi na nini ndio unaweza nipigia hata I can give you so many places. Rift Valley has Nakuru, has Naivasha, has everything. Okay, but umenichapia saizi umenichapia Rift Valley na umenichapia
nimekuambia Rift Valley. Mount Kenya region alishinda, Kiambu, Nyeri, Murang'a, Kirinyaga, hizo zote alishinda.
Unaona hiyo yote ni nini? Hiyo yote ni Central.
Hiyo yote ni Central. Rift Valley unajua tuko na kaunti ngapi? Tuko na Uasin Gishu, Nakuru, Bomet, Kericho. Zote alishinda. Haya, okay. Western alishinda kaunti moja peke yake inaitwa Bungoma. Hiyo ndio alishinda. Now gani ingine inaitwa
hata unashindwa
no. Nimeshakwambia karibu zote my friend.
Yeah, lakini umekwamia Rift Valley na umekwamia na Central.
out of 47 counties,
tunaongea kuhusu
out
president.
of
You are not helping
47
us.
counties, Ruto alishinda 30 counties. Know that.
Mzalendo, you know, even this past election does not help us. We are looking at what we are going to do.
Yeah, alishinda 30
We continue.
counties.
Ukiendelea
Opposition
vizuri
walipata
tukiongea kuhusu past
17
election
peke
hazitusaidii.
yake. Yeah, Mato, get your facts
Tutaanza
right.
hata kuenda wakati ya uhuru kama tunataka sasa kuanza kuenda. So we are
Get
looking
your
at
facts
what will
right.
happen in
Ruto
2022.
alishinda county 30.
Lakini baba hata si mzalendo, hata mzalendo we kanyagia kidogo. Acha niulize nani brother Benson, hii country yenye tunaishi inajiita Kenya iko na tribes ngapi na iko na watu wangapi?
Brother Ben,
Anauliza brother Ben ama ananiuliza swali juu labda amechanganyikiwa.
ni wewe ndio unauliza.
Labda yeye anauliza.
Jibu basi, hii country yenye tunaishi iko na watu wangapi na iko na tribes ngapi na iko na nini? I mean, which is this country that we live in?
Hata jamaa amekujibu hapo.
You live in Kenya.
Eric amekujibu hapo. Ruto got 25% of the counties.
We live in a country called Kenya, and it has close to 60 million people, and we have more than 43 tribes. So swali gani ingine unataka kuuliza Mato?
Okay,
but
so
anyway, guys, we are now diluting a very good conversation to where we were heading. We were
Mzalendo need to retire. Bear with us, Mzalendo. Bear with us. I know it's hard, lakini bear with us. You know, because when the reason actually I came in, hata mimi nimekuja hapa hivi kukokoza, the reason I came in is because the math does not math.
No. The math is perfect. It is perfect. It is adding up. You see, your math is the one that doesn't add up. When you still don't know that Ruto beat Azimio.
Mzalendo, be realistic on this one.
Telling you, the guy in the comment section has told you that Ruto won in majority of the counties in Kenya. He won.
Okay, can they on the comment section? Can they tell us? By the way, I'm about to get on the comment section right now. But
Eric.
Yeah, can we talk about with the diversity that we have? How many people? I mean, how many people, or when we talk about diversity, how many people voted for Ruto? And diversity, I'm talking about this because we know we are all diverse in our own way. So we know, number one, let's talk about the majority of Kenya. Kambas never voted for Ruto. Bear with me. Luos never voted for Ruto because they had Raila. Yes, we can say that the Kalenjins voted for Ruto. Coast side never voted for Ruto. Where did these votes come from? I know what I'm talking about.
Me, I don't understand why are we talking about 2022.
No. Mato is the one dragging us to this 2022.
I don't understand because we here to talk about 2022
tunaangalia
election.
mbele. Unajua sasa pale tumefika kwa discussion Mato, tumefika the Gen Z factor. The opposition, we have realized that their votes are also only coming close to what Ruto can get. So who is this guy who is going to break the tie? Is the Gen Z factor. Is the one that is going to break
no,
the
me,
tie.
I wanted to hear the vote tallying. Sikusikia, that's why I wanted to hear. Unajua Mato amekuja akaanza kuongea about 2022. Nika lose my focus.
Uli lose focus. Nani was doing the tabulation, but we can still go back to it and see where
Yeah, it's better they go back to it.
what
Kama
you think.
brother Benson yuko aniambie the tally what he was
Tell
telling.
Baba, if I came out wrong, sorry. I
No,
was just
we
doing the numbers.
yeah
But
the
yeah, I was just trying to do the numbers. But yeah, we can go back to what you wanted to. I mean, what you were
yeah
saying and everything.
we want to look at the future. We don't want to go back to what happened in 2022. Yes, Peter, we cannot change anything there. Now, we were looking at the numbers in these regions. Now, Jose, Mount Kenya iko na 7.1 million votes
Yes.
na iko na Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Meru, Tharaka Nithi, hizo inakuwa
Yes.
7.1 million votes.
Yes.
Not all of them turn out to vote. Approximately 5 million always turn to vote in Mount Kenya region. All right.
But Mzalendo, just be statistically correct, because the thing is that even when you're saying these are the numbers, people are not willing to just vote to vote.
Yeah,
People
no,
right now
we are crunching
are
the
voting.
numbers. We are crunching the numbers first. We are crunching
Okay.
the numbers, and we are trying. When we crunch the numbers, we will know why the rest are not voting, why they turn out in big numbers to vote, and what is the driving force for people of Mount Kenya to turn out to vote, and what has happened in because these are statistics. Whatever happened in the previous elections is easily going to happen in the next election. And I'm strictly looking at tribal voting patterns. Don't confuse tribal voting patterns. That is going to come that has always been part of us and is not leaving anytime soon. So if you are going to vote on a tribal line basis, Gachagua carries Mount Kenya vote any other day. But what happens if he's not on the ballot box, is not the presidential candidate? Will they still get the 5 million votes? That is what we are talking about. So, Jose, give yourself a number there. Give yourself a number.
Is there 5 million in Mount Kenya?
Yeah, they are over 5 million. So they are approximately, by if the data is taken this time round, they will be probably 8 million. But right now, let us work with 7
Hebu ngoja Mzalendo. Jose uko sure Mount Kenya iko na 5 million?
wako more than that.
Iko more than that.
Wako na 7 million ndio nasema.
I told you ujinga bwana.
Jose, how many Kiambu alone iko na 2 million votes. How many people, how many can you give the opposition in Mount Kenya?
So you asked me a very good question. First, you asked me if people are going to turn out to vote in Mount Kenya if Gachagua is not in the ballot.
Yeah.
I came here first and I informed you that Mount Kenya is not voting because Gachagua is in the ballot. We left Ruto as early as even before Gachagua had joined us. So Gachagua was here the unifying factor. He's just a voice among the Kikuyu nation. If we start there now, we can give the direction now. Juu tukianza kusema Gachagua, some of the people like me, I'm not following Gachagua. I'm following my heart. So many people are not following him. I know my parents also are not following Gachagua. Ni vile tu Gachagua ametupata ile side tuko. So Gachagua is not a determinant in 2027 at Mount Kenya itakuwa kwa nini. He's there somewhere in the county Nyeri, he can be, but don't look at him in other counties zote. Usigeneralize zote ati ni Gachagua we are voting about. We are voting for the animal called Ruto, because
so unaona kama mahali kama Tharaka Nithi Gachagua anaweza shinda Kindiki.
Tharaka Nithi hata si Gachagua. Tharaka Nithi already wameshakataa nani Kindiki. And that one we can wager with you.
Okay,
that one we can wager with you.
Now, how many votes can you give that region?
It will be more than 5 million.
So
because
give it a number.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to give you a number. I wanted to give you a number of 6 million.
Okay.
You know why I'm giving you a number of 6 million? Now, if Raila and Ruto will be in the same camp,
Sasa unajua mimi na kurespect sana. Hii 6 million unatoa wapi?
Si ninatoa kwa wale watu wamerejistariwa kwa voter register.
Haya, sasa 6 million. Haya, turuke Rift Valley. Tunasema tu hivyo sawa. Turuke. So hapo umewapatia 6 million haya, patia Ruto 1 million.
Hawezi fika. That one we can wager with you. Ruto hawezi fika. That one we can wager with you. Ruto hatafikisha 1 million Mount Kenya, I'm telling you.
1 million.
Raila alipata 1 million lakini alipata 1 million wapi? Kiambu.
Kiambu iko Mount Kenya, my friend.
Then that's why I'm telling you this time round, they are not going even to get that 1 million. I'm telling you.
Okay,
that one is a bet. We can bet with you. Trio tunaweza bet. Hata wacha Ruto kupata 1 million mzalendo, even the MPs atakuwa now from Kiambu County.
Okay, sawa.
Even the MPs. I can give the amount of votes I can give Ruto in Mount Kenya is only 300,000 and close to 500 if it will be more.
Give him 500,000. And then we move to Rift Valley. Rift Valley has got Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Elgeyo Marakwet na kina Bomet huko Makericho. Wako na kura 4.7 million. Hapo Gachagua anaweza toka na kura ngapi? Si Gachagua, Kalonzo.
No, mzalendo mnafanya makosa hapa hivi. Kwa nini mnaingiza Gachagua kwa hiki kitu yote? Gachagua hizi
No, tunasema opposition.
Yeah, usiingize Gachagua kwa hiki kitu.
Haya, opposition atatoka na kura ngapi hapo?
In Nakuru, just know in Nakuru, Nakuru, how many votes are in Nakuru? That is what we need to know. Nakuru as a county. Jujue Nakuru is big, mzalendo. Nakuru si hesabu kama kitu ndogo. Nakuru even Naivasha is in Nakuru. Nakuru ni kubwa sana.
Nakuru.
Yeah, Naivasha iko Nakuru. Nakuru is very big. So ukianza kuhesabu Nakuru County, ihesabu pamoja na Naivasha. Na Naivasha, you know, I don't need to tell you who are the people who stay there. And just look at niambie Nakuru iko na watu wangapi, because we cannot generalize all of the votes in Rift Valley. Kuna South Rift na kuna North Rift.
Bro, nilienda chuo nini Egerton University, so najua Nakuru hata time ya nini
iko na 1 million. Nakuru alone iko na 1,500,000 and something votes. 1 million.
500 and something votes,
1 million.
Okay, so the votes that I can give from Nakuru, unajua tunaitoa tu pale kwa ile 4.7, si ndio? So umeniambia ni 4.7. So hiyo ninaweza kapatia opposition like 800,000 ama 750.
In the last election, na hiyo enthusiasm yote ya UDA, Ruto got only 400,000 votes from there.
Now you see, that's why we are saying even when you count that,
unaona hiyo Nakuru, hiyo ni Nakuru town peke yake, hiyo ni Nakuru. So you are talking about the whole area.
The whole county, the whole area. The whole area alipata 400.
The whole area alipata 400, and that is 65% of the votes.
Now how many people came out to vote?
The turnout was the turnout was 66.
66, which was how many votes round off?
66. That is 695,000.
Now you see the vote.
Only
by the way, the voter turnout, Mzalendo, you see the voter turnout in 2022 was very low. I can assure you.
I can also assure you it will even be worse in 2027.
No, I think because of the things you have seen, the voter turnout in 2027 might be even a shocker to people. Itakuwa kubwa kwa sababu people are angry, brother.
Thank you.
People are angry.
Mzalendo, you know why I'm saying it is high? You know the middle class, they don't vote. Unajua middle class hawapigagi kura.
Cheki baba. Hapo hivyo nimekubaliana na umse, because let me tell you, Mzalendo, if there is a bigger turnout that you ever gonna see is gonna be this coming elections if tutafika 2027.
Yeah, and you know when these are the facts. When there's a bigger turnout, they don't only turn out on your side; they turn out on both sides.
Alafu mzalendo, kuna kitu ulikosea hapo Kiambu. You said that Raila got 1 million votes. Raila got 1 million votes under who? Alikuwa anasapotiwa na nani?
See,
Na
that is
Uhuru
what
Muigai Kenyatta. He was being supported by Uhuru. Right now you are saying Ruto and Raila, they go and ask votes from Kiambu bila hata mtu yote anawasupport. So how many will the 1 million come from?
remember, we don't know where Uhuru will be supporting in 2027.
No, Uhuru is now not a factor in Mount Kenya. He not be a
You're not
factor.
losing battle on this one. Mzalendo, you're not losing battle on this one. I am 100% with my brother right here.
Mato, wacha tuendelee. Okay, we were going. Okay, we say we get only 600,000 from Nakuru. We continue with the journey.
Yeah, work with 600.
Okay, let's continue the journey. Let's continue the journey. So remove 600. Now let's vote for 4.7 votes. Last time, how many did they vote? You know, umesema election haitakuwa na watu wengi. Last time, how did they vote in Rift Valley?
In Rift Valley, we had 4.7 million registered voters.
Yeah, how many people voted?
Around
Be
3.5.
realistic. Be realistic. Kenya has a population of 47. There's no way you could have 4 point something in Rift Valley. Please stop.
Ubesemaje Mato?
Nakwambia, let's be realistic. 4.7 million. Okay, wait. Ruto alishinda na ngapi?
Tuko kwa kura ya Rift Valley. The voter turnout, skiza ndugu, voter turnout was 80%.
Which is
80%. 80%.
So what is 80% of Rift Valley?
William, was it 80%? Yeah, was it approximately?
No, give him 100. By the way, we want to give him 100. Give him 100.
No, Ruto got 4.22 million votes.
So the population
across
of
the county.
So na ndio maana ilinifanya nikakuja hapa hivi sasa. Now
No,
let me
Ruto
ask
got,
you a
yeah,
question.
I got it right for the first time. Ruto got 3.5 million votes.
3.5 M.
Raila got 700,000 the last time. So Ruto got 3.5. Andika hiyo, my boss. 3.5.
Sawa.
Na most likely vile unaongea ati kutakuwa na voter turnout, it will also turn out.
No. Mzalendo. Let's be realistic on this one. Okay. So 100% of Rift Valley voter turnout was what, 3.5?
No, it is 4.7, but they say 80% and anasema 3.5. So you mean Ruto got 3.5 votes from?
Yeah, 3.5 million votes.
And in Mount Kenya, he got how many votes? 4 million.
In my
The number given are not touching enough because kusema hivyo haziwezi kuwa zinatani kwa sababu ukisema 3.5 na Mount Kenya amepata 4, we are already 7.5. Ruto got 7.2 votes. They are not tallying.
What is not tallying? What do you mean? What is not tallying?
Mount Kenya, how many votes did Ruto got? 4 million.
But I've been giving you the numbers here. I've been giving you the numbers.
Nimeuliza Ruto alipata 7.2 million votes, ndio? But you have told us in Rift Valley got 3.5. So
in Mount Kenya, we were giving you the proxies. How many people are going to vote for the opposition? Unaona, we were not even talking about.
I just came. Kuna kitu tu nimeuliza as a question. You said in Mount Kenya, Ruto got 4 million votes in the last elections, ndio? Yeah. And in Rift Valley, he got 3.5 votes. So how many are those votes? That is 7.5.
Hata nikupatie the figures, the exact figures.
Jibu hiyo swali, sema ndio kama ni. Thank you my brother. Sema kama ni ukweli ama ni hiyo math umeipewa vizuri, umepewa vizuri. But then mzalendo, si ati tunakuingilia, lakini umeipewa vizuri sana, umeipewa number by number.
Boss, skiza, you know me, I work with figures. I don't work with guesswork. And kama niko
Figures,
naenda na research. Unasikia, in 2022, the numbers, you are confused here. You are working on the possible votes, the opposition in Mount Kenya. We were not working on the votes that Ruto got. And that is why you are dragging me into a conversation that I was not even
No,
there.
see, hata tukurudishi huko. I just wanted to confirm. There's something I wanted to...
Umenirudisha. How many votes did Ruto get in Mount Kenya region in 2022?
Yeah.
So how many votes did Ruto get? He got in Kiambu. He got over almost 600,000. In Nyeri, he got 200 and something thousand. In Muranga, 300,000.
In Nyeri, he got 200,000.
Yes, in Nyeri, he got 272,000 votes.
Wacha niangalie yangu mzalendo.
Mnaangalia nini? Mimi nakwambia figures.
Nyeri, I can see I'm in the voter register, and Nyeri they are saying he got 481,000. Well, let me see.
What are you talking about? Nyeri Ruto got 83.4% of the vote.
On my computer right now. Because mzalendo kuna kitu uelewi kitu tunajaribu
mimi my friend, unajua ukicheka na hivi ndio Azimio ilishindwa. Mimi hizi figures nawaambia tu hivi mkimchezo na mnaanza nini.
Lakini mzalendo kuna kitu uelewi
Nyeri Ruto alipata kura ngapi? Mmeniambia
kidogo mzalendo. As my friend is looking at anaangalia, mi hata mi nitaingia kwa computer saa hizi.
Endeni mtafute Ruto Nyeri got how many votes? It's not more than 300,000 votes.
Okay, 300,000.
It's not more than 300,000.
Okay, sawa, tukubaliane 300,000, right?
Not more than 300,000.
Not more than.
Yeah.
Okay, so not more than 300,000. Fine, tukubaliane. Now, I don't know the population of Nyeri, but you know what? Tuseme kila mtu alimpigia 300,000. Okay, let's move on to the nini ingine. Unataka kwenda wapi pengine? Fika.
No, you ndo mnauliza, you want a got you moment.
Mzalendo hata unajua.
Tafuteni nyingine. Si ulikuwa kwa computer, hebu niambie Nyeri Ruto alipata kura ngapi? Unacheka, hebu niambie alipata kura ngapi ndugu yangu?
Ndio ninauliza mzalendo, umesema alipata ngapi?
Nimekwambia alipata less than 300,000 votes.
Yeah, he got actually he got 272,507, eh? And this is a very low.
I give you facts. Mimi si mtu wa guess.
Okay, tuendelee. Let's continue. Yeah. Because I want to see if they reach 5 million. Kama tunaanza kufema hizo figures, I don't think even zitafika 5 million. Let's continue with the figures.
Haziwezi fika. Sio nilikwambia hizo namba nafikiria ati kura
umekubali mzalendo, umekubali.
Labda hiyo election basi ilichezewa kama ni hivyo. Let's continue we see. Let's continue and see. Umesema Kiambu he got 800, si ndio? Let's say 850.
Kiambu Ruto did not get 800 votes.
He got
Kiambu Ruto got he got slightly more than 500,000 votes. So tuseme tu
kwani Kiambu wako ngapi?
He got slightly more than 500,000.
Kiambu he got 606,442 and 29.
Aya, chapo kiboko yako sasa hapo basi.
Tunaendelea kujihesabu. Nyeri tumesema ni 270, si ndio? Hata ndaiweka 270, sitaongezea hizo vitu ziko juu. And Kirinyaga, where's Kirinyaga here? I can see Kirinyaga. I'll be telling you because I'm seeing them now. Kirinyaga, he got 220.
Yeah, you're right.
Plus Muranga, Murang'a he got 343,000. Sema 340. Plus where the Rakanithi, the Rakanithi got 145,000. Plus Embu he got 180,000. Sema 180,000 kwa sababu ni 187,981.
Hata mpatie sehemu mbili.
Plus Meru 398,000. 398,000. Plus wapi kwingine?
Bro, thank you for doing this, man. I appreciate you. Ni watu walawagu jamaa kushinda. Aya, twende sasa
bro, all those votes Mato nimemaliza zote because of Nyandarua he got Nyandarua he got 189,000.
Okay.
Plus kuna ingine ninasahau, kuna ingine bado, kuna Laikipia. Laikipia iko wapi?
Watu ukicheka hivyo Raila hizo bavotes unajua alikuwa anapata ngapi huko? 2,000, 3,000, 4,000.
Laikipia, acha nione Laikipia because we have Laikipia. Natafuta Laikipia county. Laikipia alipata 119,000.
Okay, tuko wapi sasa?
Sasa hizi tuko 2.4 million
2.4 million, okay.
And wapi kwingine? I think we are just about done. Hakuna place ingine.
Hakuna mahali ingine utaenda, so sasa jipatie double.
Tuko 2 point. Bro, unasema tuko 2 point
2.467,429.
All right. Now let's move to Ukambani.
Ukambani umeandika pahali hiyo Mzalendo?
Wewe iandike hapo chini,
hata mimi nataka kuiandika.
Iandike tu hapo chini, mtaona tu hakuna kitu hakuna, yani utaona tu the way the opposition.
Basi this one means Ruto did not win the election. If I'm to go with these figures.
No. You are look at that central province and find out how much.
So I'm asking myself 2.4 plus 1 million Raila unataka kusema to vote 3 million. 3.4 million.
Wait, bro. We're moving nicely. Sindio? Tushapata 2.4, sindio? Ya Central. Aya. Tuanguke Ukambani. Ukambani alipata nini?
Malizana na Central kwanza.
Central Central sana kwa sababu unajua Ukambani ilikuwa ya Raila. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kumalizana na Central sana ndio nione.
Lakini malizana na Central uridhike kwanza.
Mimi nimeridhika juu hiyo ndio statistics zilipatiwa na IBC 2.4. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha wakikuwa walivote 2.4. So even the voter turnout was low, but that's why I believe kama ilikuwa hivyo bado the voter turnout, if it was like that, I think people did not want to vote. There was voter apathy in Mount Kenya. It means there was voter.
Thank you.
Inamaanisha kuna watu wako wanaona hawa candidates wawili kama wako fit.
Unaona Raila alipata kura ngapi in total in Central?
Central alichapa nusu
hakuna nusu yote alipata bwana. The whole of Central
Mzalendo unajua unapewa statistics hapa hivi na utaki kuzisikiza.
Mimi ndio statistics. Wewe unataka nipewe, mimi ndio statistics. The whole of Central Raila got less than 1 million votes.
But Mzalendo kile tunabishana na wewe ni voter turnout ya 2022 will not be the same with voter turnout in 2027.
And I have told you this, The voter turnout in 2022, this is what is going
Nimewaambia cheki Mzalendo ngoja kidogo bro. bro.
Wacha tu ameniuliza swali, wacha
Bro,
nimjibu. This is what is
nataka
going to be
tuende kwa
here.
kaunti zingine. Tumetoka Central, tumeshamaliza na si yako kwa komp ama unataka
Mimi hata
nifungue
siwezi
komp
kuhesabu
yangu
hizi
sasa
elections
hivi?
za 2022 kwa sababu hata zinanibo. Kwa sababu if
Tuende
that was the voter turnout,
tuende coast, tuende
I
coast.
Sasa ushaanza kuona
no,
yani.
mzalendo, mimi nataka unijibu swali. Nimekuuliza kama unafikiria voter turnout ya 2022 itakuwa the
Wacha
same ya
ndio
2022.
najaribu kukujibu, lakini Mato na interfere na line of thought yangu. Unajua the reason why I was giving you the tribal dynamics of Kenyan politics is that the tribes will still vote the same way. If they will tilt a bit, maybe bias.
Mzalendo, you're wrong
Lakini
on
wacha
this one.
kwanza nijibie hiyo
Let me
Let
say
me
question.
just
something.
Wacha kwanza
finish.
nijibie. Nataka kusikia hiyo jibu.
Let me just finish. Mkikuyu atapiga tu kura vile yeye upigaga. Mjaluo atapiga tu kura kulingana pale baba amesema. What don't you know about that? Those are the
No,
facts.
but I'm trying to say something, my brother. I'm trying to say something.
Kalonzo yuko ndio Wakamba watakuwa. Those are facts. Now,
But also, I'm trying to say something, yeah? The dynamics of the politics of our republic, and especially and it's not just the Republic of Kenya, it's also what is really happening, the geographical and geopolitical, what is really happening right now. The dynamics that we're going to have right now is not going to be the same kind of way that we and how people do things right now. Right now, what we experience, ngoja kidogo baba, what we're experiencing right now, we're experiencing something that not a lot of countries have experienced, and that's why you see that the Ibrahim Traore, and also you're seeing now a country that is really coming out and saying that we are tired and we are sick and tired of these nonsensical things that is happening of the political class, and that is why you're seeing I'm a Gen Z. I mean, Gen Z, yes, Gen Z, and whatever you might want to call them, Gen Z. But you can see that there's a whole dynamic change that is not that is not there. Statistically, there's no way you can even counter the statistics of what this election is going to come in tunakuja nayo, because no one is really in fact, there's a point that people are saying that actually all of them, kutabaki watu wawili ama watatu wenye watabaki ndani watabaki hapo hivyo, watachaguliwa tena. Right now hakuna, this is so unstatistical that you can never do these statistics for what is coming up. It's done. Wanaenda home wote na wanaenda na ukisikia mosquito, please remember hiyo kitu mosquito is mtu atachaguliwa kutoka tu from nowhere because it has changed. I mean, I'm telling you, guys, and just as I finish, even the diaspora is out, is done, is doing zero remittance. And guys are really, I mean, this is not ile kitu wenye the politicians wamezoea tu, oh, sijui nitachaguliwa, sijui nitafanya nini. It's no longer here anymore. It's gone. Nimenyamaza, acha ninyamaze for now, lakini nawasikiza, niko na nyinyi.
alright. Mato, asante kwa hiyo contribution yako. Ni ile kitu nilikuwa najaribu kusema ni statistics data is the way to go. If you go to an elections, you have to know that the number of young people are going to be many, and they are going to change the scale in 2027. And that is why there is this crazy rush to entice the Gen Zs to join either camps, either near Ruto ama near Raila Odinga. but minus those numbers I was giving you, minus the Gen Zs, the opposition is going to struggle a lot to beat William Ruto. Those are the facts. Now, when you go back to the dynamics of politics, Kenya in 2007, after having the post-election violence and all that that we had got a pair. We have never seen anything like that in our country, and we had got these two supposedly criminals who are indicted in the ICC, and we still voted for them. Don't forget. Don't you ever forget your history, where you come from. You still voted for this pair to become the president and the deputy president. That is Uhuru Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto, despite au kwenda Hague na huko kwingine. So hizi crime zingine unajaribu kusema, I am telling you, they are so inconsequential that the only people that are going to tilt the scale in 2027 are these young people called the Gen Zs, and they are going to vote for the first time. The rest of the population, our voting pattern yao ni the same. Hawa ndio wata make sure that the over 10 million votes that they are injecting into the voter register will count. That is the maths. That is the maths where everybody is. That is the maths kina Kalonzo wanapiga, hiyo ndio hesabu kina Matiang'i wanapiga, hiyo ndio hesabu kina Maraga wanapiga. Hiyo ndio hesabu Ruto anapiga saa hii. Ruto apige hesabu ati atapata kura ya Mount Kenya sijui aja. Hiyo ashamalizana nayo. So
unadhani kuna hesabu inapigwa saizi? Hakuna hesabu inaweza fanyika Kenya saizi. Watu waongee story ya hesabu. Saizi watu wanaongea story ya governance. Wewe kama uko kwa hesabu utaanguka huko hivyo peke yako. Saizi watu wanaongea story ya governance.
Kenyans don't vote. Kenyans don't vote in terms of governance, please. Those are not things that we vote. We don't vote in terms of issues. You are trying to assume things that never happen in our politics. Yeah?
Let me tell Mato. Let's leave staying in that cocoon. Let's come back to Kenya. You know what happens in election time. Hiyo si kitu ya kushinda ukiambiwa na mtu. You know, people go back to their tribal cocoons. That is what happens. And this is not an exception. This is exception. Watu wakienda tu wataenda bado. Hata saa hizi unaweza ona, enda kwa comment sections za kila comments. Ukisikia hesabu akiguzu unasikia you will see. As I saw even the other day some leaders wanasema ma Gen Z. So we are coming to say this. We are trying to see try kuwa kama last time ile tulikuwa. You know, I was in Mtembei tukisema Raila atapita. We want to do the arithmetics and know where we align. Hatutaki hii mambo ya kusema.
I kept on telling them he's losing. He's not going to win. And bado walikuwa na insist. Hata hii juzi ya AUC wali insist mpaka wakaenda huko inaitwaje huko Addis Ababa. Naambia hizo hesabu hazipigwagi hivyo, unaangalia.
And I know Gen Z will be a factor in 2027, but they will be a factor for the after the votes of.
That is the biggest factor. Forget about what these shenanigans kijui kina Matiang'i kina Gachagua are saying. No, those are, let me tell you, the guys who are going to win that voting block. That is why Gen Zs, I don't know whether that they came up with that thing by default, leaderless. They are leaderless. They are what? They're what? They're leaderless.
But they cannot continue to become leaderless, Mzalendo. They need to join.
It is working. It is working well for them for now. And what Jose, you'll be surprised in 2027. And let me tell you, this is my wild guess. The Gen Zs will have their candidate in 2027.
The problem, if they are going to have their candidate, they cannot win that election.
Why don't they will be 14 million. What are you talking about?
You know, you are talking about Gen Z, you're forgetting that Gen Z sio hao watu wako kwa Kenya. Gen Z are people born from which year to which year? Gen Z ni watu wamezaliwa from which year to which year?
Gen Z ni anybody who is below millennium.
Na ndio nimesema they are people born of which year? 1997 to 2012. Yeah. So do you want to say ni wengi hata kuliko millennials and all the other generations?
Ndio nakwambia mimi, unajua, hebu angalia mimi nakwambiaga always look at your facts.
Unajua problem Mzalendo, unachukua Gen Z kama ni wote pamoja na millennials. Let me tell you, mi si Gen Z, mi ama millennial. Na hata kwa Gen Z, kwa familia ile tuko nayo, nikikwambia Gen Z, I will tell you how many Gen Zs. So many of us are in the 30s, 35.
All right. Wacha nikupigie the projection because you need to look at the numbers, then you understand where the politics is going.
Mzalendo, I think you're really not getting the gist of even venye Jose anakuambia. And I know hatujakubaliana na Jose vitu kadhaa, lakini but Mzalendo, one thing that you have to understand from what Jose is actually saying.
Okay, wacha nikuulize tu swali tu simple. What do you think the population of Gen Zs are right now?
That's where I was going to.
What is the estimate?
No. I'm not doing estimates on this one. Now, what I'm trying to tell you, and also what Jose is trying to tell you, is that Mzalendo, this thing is not about estimates.
It's about projection. What I'm talking about.
Yeah, the projection that you're trying to do is not there anymore. Listen, that is gone. Is gone. And just to prove to you, and just
let me answer him. Mato, wacha nimjibu. Let me answer him. In Kenya, Generation Z, Gen Z.
Sema Jose. Jose, umekatika ama ni?
Unanisikia?
Nakusikia, lakini ongea sasa, sema.
Uniambie nikatika, nakatika ama niko sawa?
Uko sawa, ongea.
So I was saying
haya, mbona unakatika tena? You were saying?
So nitaenda nikiangaliaga Generation Z is roughly 33.42%. They are the largest. Wanasema by the end the largest. They are 33.42%. But something you need.
Hiyo ni numbers.
Hiyo ni numbers. But wanasema
hiyo ni numbers. So ukiangalia hiyo
18.4.
Sasa umejijibu. So unaona umepata tu jibu hapo.
But the problem here, you are saying 18.4 against a population of close to 54 million. Yeah, so you see your point is already out, kwa sababu ukisema 18 million against population ya generation mbili.
Who is 18 million?
They are Gen Z.
18
but
million,
the other population
wako 18 million.
Yeah, but ukichukua millennials and generation boomers, they'll bring the other total number. Hiyo ingine imebakia.
And actually to add on to that,
so minus 54 million minus 18 million, who are the most? That's the question.
Jose, and to add on to that is that when you look at it,
you guys mmechanganyikiwa leo, hata sijui nazawajibu wapi. Yani bado mnadhani Gen Zs will be the largest voting bloc in Kenya in 2027.
Mzalendo, sikiza kitu fulani hapa. Acha niongeze kitu moja. Let me tell you, the thing is that there's a time, and you remember hata tukiwa zile machannel zingine, when we used to, kabla kitu yote ikuje hata ilipuke, when we were doing the kina Omosh na nini tukianza kuwaleta. Let me tell you, at the time we were talking about, and Mzalendo, you were there, and we were talking about that the Gen Zs needed the millennials and now, so unajua wasonye wanafanya job na nini, the boomers and everything. So right now, it has come to a point where that what we call the boomers and the millennials and there's no difference between the millennials and the boomers now. I mean, these guys and the guys that are actually, you know what, watu wenye wanafanyanga job hivi na
na
nini,
pia
just
mzalendo anafaa kujua mzalendo anafaa kujua si voters. Unajua mzalendo anazitranslate kama voters. They are the people who are Gen Zs. Voters si voters. Hauwezi pata mtu wako 2012 ati ni
Sasa
voter.
unasikia
2012 is not a voter.
ndio maana nimekuongezea hiyo word projection. If they
So
wakichukua
the projection can be 10 million.
wakichukua kura they are estimated to be about 15 million of them wakichukua vote for
But the
every
problem ni mzalendo, unajua kwa nini sikubaliana na statistics zako? Do you expect that the Gen Z walikuwa wamevote in 2022 na walikuwa wamehesabiwa kwa hiyo register?
Jose,
Because kuna Gen Z walikuwa wamevote 2022 and they were in the register of
listen
2022.
listen last
Ngoja mzalendo.
8 million people, over 10
Asimingia.
million didn't vote in the last election. Over 10 million.
Sema projection zako ni za uongo because you don't even understand the middle class iko. By the way, tell me,
I'm talking about Gen Z. I'm not talking about middle class. Na hizo siongei mato. Please, wacha kuni drag kwa thought trail yako. I've told you anything below millennial kwenda chini ndio wanaitwa Gen Z. So wewe si Gen Z. Mtu wote uko chini ya millennial ndio huyo ndio naongea juu yake. Now kitu ile iko ni millennials na boomers na nini they want to be associated with Gen Z. That is the number that Jose is trying to bring, that now we are all together. You are not together. Skiza, Mato, get this. Gen Zs are not with you and me and Jose. They are a group of people with their own ideology and thinking, and they are
lakini uelewi Gen Z pia ni wako na middle class kwa Gen Z.
Wacha ni kujiforce ati nyinyi ni Gen Z ati mko nao, amko nao. Jua hiyo kwanza. Ukishajua hiyo ndio sasa uanze kusema okay, sawa, how do we get this block? That is where the conversation is, and that is what every politician is thinking now. How do they get this other block called Gen Z? That is why unaona kina Raila wanakimbilia ka Samuel. Everybody is running to a university institution trying to associate with them. That is where the vote is. That is what will decide the future of this country.
No.
Not easy vitu zingine unaona
No.
kina
I disagree.
So, Mzalendo, the question was really, the question I asked you, you have taken, I've told you the population of Gen Z is 18.3 million. That is the projection. That is what they have projected them to be, 18.3. So I asked you a question. Do you think all these Gen Zs are voters? Because this is a generation we are taking from 1994 to 2012.
Now that and I answered you. I answered you this way. That is a population. Those are not number of the young people who are registered. That is why we are emphasizing that they register as voters. That is their population.
Yeah, that's the question I was coming, because you say the projection as voters they become 15 million. So it means
if they
only,
take their
there is
vote,
only 3 million people who are kids. Because the problem is, unajua kwa nini hiyo math yako ingiani mzalendo? You cannot tell me there will be 15 million and already mtu alizaliwa 1994 ama 5 because that is when their generation starts, is 30 years. So it means if you take 10 years, kwa sababu unafaa kuwa registered voters at 18, si ndio? At 18 years. Haufai kuwa registered voter at 16. So ondoa watu wa kutoka 2005 kwenda na huko, kwenda na juu. Hao watu umeshawaondoa, they are not eligible. Hao wako how many years?
Nimekwambia okay, wacha nikupigie hesabu rahisi. Anybody who is 35 years and below categorized as a Gen Z.
No, you cannot. Hauwezi kwa sababu Gen Z organization of 95%.
Nikakurahisishia tena zaidi. Nikakwambia anybody who is below a millennial, call him a Gen Z.
Ni sawa, hiyo hatuna shida, but the problem is you are not listening to me.
Millennium inaanza na age gani?
Millennium inaanza kutoka 1980 to 1994.
No, age.
Age ya nini? Nimekwambia the age bracket 1980 to 1994.
1988 to
1994, that is the millennium. Gen Z wanaanzaga 1995 to 2012. Kwanza na 2012 wakifika 2012 au si Gen Z, sasa hao ni Gen Alpha. Sasa Gen Alpha wahesabu kutoka 2012 to 2015.
Anybody, ndio nimekwambia, anybody below millennial is a Gen Z.
No, not everybody. There is a Gen Alpha. Those are not Gen Zs. My kids are not Gen Z. My kids are Gen Alpha. See Gen Z.
I
Gen Z
am talking about.
Don't generalize everything, brother. Put them in the categories they are. Tunaangalia about a population. Hauwezi kuja useme ati uta include Gen Alpha kwa Gen Z. We are looking at a population of a certain people.
Kwa hiyo hesabu hata pale umesoma umeona alphas wamekuwa included.
Okay, basi tunaweza sema anybody who is a Gen Boomer, Gen X is a millennial. Ama unataka tuseme nini? Hao watu wote wamezanzia huko tunaweza waita millennial. If that is what you want us to call them,
I wanted you to focus on anybody who is eligible to vote, who is a Gen Z.
Now that is, unajua tumesema turukaruka mzalendo na sitaki turuke. Sitaki turuke, we tunarukaruka. We were saying there are 18.3 million Gen Zs. How see registered voters? They are Gen Zs.
I told you they are going to register as voters.
But not all of them they are eligible to vote. A person who is born in 2006 is not eligible to vote.
A person who is
That's
born?
the question. That's what I've been telling you here. So from which year are they eligible to vote? And that is what I want to tell you. Ile miaka wanafaa kuwa eligible to vote. And I'm calculating for you right now, the last year. Mtu alizaliwa 2005. Mtu alizaliwa 2005 is miaka 20 saizi. Mtu alizaliwa 2004 saizi yako 2006 ako 18. So the last one ni mtu alizaliwa 2007 yani ako eligible to vote. So you see we still have 5 more years kufika 2012. Umeelewa? 5 years. So hao watu hufai kuhesabu kwa hiyo hesabu ya kuchukua votes.
So huyo hesabu yako by the time tunafika 2027 atakuwa na miaka ngapi?
So by that time that time atakuwa mtu wa 2007 ndio atakuwa mtu wa 2008 ni atakuwa eligible. So unaona bado kutakuwa na deficit ya 4 years. So ndio 4 years deficit.
Ndio bado hujashikanisha kitu yenye Jose anajaribu kukuambia.
Ndio deficit ya 4 years.
Whatever
Jose. So unaweza kuja kukuambia ati hao watu wote watakuwa 15 million kwa sababu huwezi sema population ya kutoka 2008 to 2012 itakuwa 3 million. It's impossible. That's a generation, brother. Tuseme watakuwa 3 million only in Kenya.
Enda kwa
Jose, ebu mzalendo.
Your math is not mathing. Watakuwa either 10 million and I gave you a good number, 10 million will be their register. Watakuwa 10 million, I'm telling you. Wanaweza kuwa 10 million. Don't expect all of them will vote, mzalendo. Don't expect. Unajua Gen Z, you know Gen Z.
Do you want them to vote or do you want them not to vote?
No, you know, I want them to vote, but you know them. Mzalendo, kwa sababu ulisema tuongee statistically leo. You know them.
Wacha nikwambie the projected Gen Z voter statistics in 2025 will be 18.4 million. That is 33.4%.
It's the same thing I told you, 18.3.
That is
now hiyo ni population, hiyo si voters.
That is 33.4% of the population.
Yeah, wakishikana na millennials.
Listen, my friend. Those who will be eligible to vote as Gen Zs then will be 14 million. What is different from what I've been telling you?
Mzalendo.
Those who will be eligible to vote by 2027 will be 14 million.
And unajua kitu moja mzalendo wanakosea nini mato? Umetuambia watakuwa 14 million, but how many people were eligible to vote in 2012? took votes as Gen Z.
We are
Wakiwa na
going to
include kwa hiyo
2027.
vote.
We are not talking about 2012. We are talking about 2027.
2022, I'm asking 2022, kuna Gen Z ameregister already as a voter. Unasema ule atakuwa amerejistariwa before 2027. I'm talking of the ones who are registered in 2022.
The data I am reading for you is from Kenya Bureau of Statistics.
I don't care about Kenya Bureau or what. Nakuuliza watu wangapi walijistariwa kama Gen Z 2022 as voters? Juu huwezi wahesabu tena, you cannot recount them again. Ama utahesabu tena for another vote in 2027.
Jose, unajua nini? Unajua nini?
When voter register is being audited, wanafanyaga nini?
Voter register tuambie, because what I know voter register,
according to
it's
you,
cleaning of people who are dead. The cleaning of people who are dead, voters who are dead already.
Haya, na sasa zile watu wanaingizwa kwa register ni kufanya nini?
That is registering new members.
Haya, na sasa zile population ya Gen Z wale wajachukua voters card ile you don't even.
Sasa umekuja kwa swali langu umegonga ndipo, na wale walikuwa wamechukua ni wangapi? Na wale walikuwa wamechukua before hiyo ni wangapi? Hiyo ndio swali.
Wale walikuwa wamechukua vipo ni hao, na wale watakuwa wameongezwa ni hao.
So you cannot say 14 million. Usiseme 14 million toa. Juu hiyo ni generation mzima mpaka wale walichukua 2022. So ondoa hao, alafu uondoe wale watakuwa wamevote. Tumesema 14 million.
So hao watu wanakuambia,
Hebu kidogo nyinyi wote wawili. Ngojeni kidogo. Tulia kidogo. Unajua nini? Kuna kitu Jose anajaribu kukuambia na bado uishiki, na si kwa ubaya, lakini uishiki kitu. Jose anakuambia kuna watu wenye sasa watu wenye hao wenye wananagatao, hao wenye wanaenda kutupa mamawe, au kuna venye watakuwa kivote hii time venye inakam. Hiyo ndio kitu Jose anajaribu kukuambia, na anajaribu kupatia statistics. Ngoja mzalendo, the thing is you're very stubborn, lakini nakujua we ni sawa, we ni wetu. So lakini for you there's something that you're not getting from what Jose is trying to tell you. Jose is trying to actually tell you that the voting system is not going to be the same way voting system we've done. And again, the other problem is that we're going to have a different kind of people who are voting that do not even care if you're as, I don't know, kama serikali ni, what do they call it? Nani, this Gachagua was saying, sijui ati sijui ni ya nini, Jose inaitagwa nini, ni ya Gachagua alikuwa akisema nini, ni ya nini, sijui whatever you put in, sijui nini, whatever it is, hiyo kitu ya shareholding hakuna kitu itakuwa kama hiyo. This time it's this Gen Z is what Jose is trying to tell you, and this millennials, and also not even the millennials, even the boomers, and the people right now is about governorship. And it doesn't matter what you do, Muzalendo. I don't care whatever you're trying to do or whatever you're trying to push. It's not going to happen that way. So that's what Jose is trying to tell you, that this nonsense is over. Guys are not playing games. Call it Gen Z, call it whatever you're calling it. I've spoken to even me hata me hata our parents wako like hata wengine wanaenda maandamano. I'm telling you, this is not going to happen. Mzalendo, I'm telling you, this is not going to happen anymore. It's done and it's over. And by the way, huyo Ruto wako mwenye unadhani anaweza endelea TSG because of population or whatever, he might end up in ICC, you know, ICC.
I have not said, listen, you know, when I'm trying to inject some logic into you, you don't seem to want to get it. Na hivyo ndio tulikuwa the last time when I was telling you these things are going to happen like this, bado mnakataa. I have told you the population of Gen Zs will be more than the estimates that you think. There will be over 10 million who are
Mzalendo,
going to be new.
Mzalendo.
And wait a minute. Remember, in the last election, over 8 million people did not vote. We don't know who these were. For the first time, there's a large number of the young populations who are going to vote for the first time in Kenya, and this will be the Gen Zs. Now, I have given you the statistics of Kenya, how they vote. People vote on tribal lines. That will not change much in 2027. The
Mzalendo,
people, the people
hakuna mtu atavote on tribal line this time. Hakuna mtu hata anafikiria hata nani ni nani.
Mato, hebu kidogo. Mzalendo, umesema Gen Z ni wangapi? 14 million. The
Gen
estimated
Z,
ones.
yeah, estimated the 14 million.
Then how many millennials?
Wale watakuwa eligible to vote.
How many millennials then?
I don't know.
12 million. I checked. Millennials are 12 million.
I am just talking
Millennials,
about
check.
Gen Me, I'm not talking about millennials.
I've checked millennials, they're 12 million.
So you heard it now.
So there is no difference. Between 12 million and 14 million, hakuna tofauti. Because you need to incorporate the boomers.
Ndio nakwambia millennials upiga kura vile au upigaga kura. Mnasikia na wapi? Millennials upiga kura vile au upigaga kura.
Unajua Mzalendo utakubali Umesema millennials wanapiga kura vile wanapigaga Ni Gen Z ndio watapiga vile wanapigaga.
Gen Z yani, this is the first time Gen Zs you have seen them in the streets demonstrating. Wamekuwa demonstrate.
It's not the first, even it's the first time you have seen demonstration in Mount Kenya. Kama tutaanza kwenda hapo.
Yes,
Mount Kenya is the first time you have seen demonstrations. See Gen Z too.
Boss, this is the first time there's a generation that is gone to parliament. Now,
my question is, did they go alone? The question is, did they go alone, or they went it alone, or they had people who are backing them? Because we had a generation millennial who was backing them. I think Akina Boniface, they are not generation Z, they are millennials. Akina Boniface is generation Z.
Boss, that is an insignificant number. Watu wale walikuwa wakapo ni majenzi ndio majority, boss. Don't belittle what these guys were doing.
No, I'm not belittling them. What I'm saying, just give facts, brother.
That's the problem I have.
Unajua mnakuja mnasema ni kama
don't try to take credit which is not yours.
Umeulizwa vizuri Boniface Mwangi, umeulizwa vizuri Boniface Mwangi
hata unaweza sema anaitwaje, anaitwa Miguna was there. I was also in those forums. Hata Miguna was there. So does it mean that Miguna ni Gen Z?
That's why I'm telling you, don't base it all of it on Gen Z. Hii kitu ipiganiwa na Wakenya wazima, si Gen Z. Kila Mkenya alikuwa hapo. Ukianza kusema kuhusu ati Gen Z, that is now where we are losing the focus. We are going to throw the millennials and say how wanagotiki ukabila.
Mzalendo, acha nikuulize swali. Wewe Mzalendo, acha nikuulize swali. Mimi ni Gen Z?
You are not.
Mimi?
I don't know your age, but you are not a Gen Z.
Mimi si Gen Z, lakini nilikuwa kwa maandamano ya kwanza ya 25th ya last year. Si nilikuwa huko.
Maandamano gani? Wewe ulikuwa na maandamano ya kubeba sufuria kwa kichwa, acha kudanganya hapa.
No, mimi nilienda maandamano ile ya kwanza ya 25th.
Kwa maandamano ya kubeba sufuria kwa kichwa ya ODM. That is where you were.
No, okay, sorry. I was not sikuwa kwa hiyo, nilikuwa kwa ile maandamano ya ile ya kwanza kabisa 25th, na nilipak by then nilipak nini hapo hivyo inaitwa nini, Holy Family Basilica hapo hivyo ndo
ya last year ya Gen Z
ile ya 25th, the very first maandamano nilikuwa Kenya na nilikuwa hapo hivyo, nilikuwa kwa hiyo maandamano.
Unajua kwa nini Mzalendo hii topic imechange ikaacha kuwa Gen Z ikakuwa Gen zote? Kwa sababu when we put it, it's okay, we can call it Gen Z ni sawa. Let them take the credit.
The Gen Zs don't mind you being part of them. The only thing that you should know is that whatever they are fighting for, ndio pia nyinyi pengine mnapigania. They are not fighting anything that is so different from you. The only difference is that the organization is different from what you think. And let me tell you,
The thing is, I
leo
don't know what you don't
leo
get.
leo kujeni kwa channel ndakuletea Gen Z watatu, Gen Z watatu, and
Lakini
then
mzalendo,
try
what you
and
don't get,
reason with them with this
what you
kind of
don't get,
thing.
this is what you don't get, mzalendo. The thing is that, and what we're trying to push to you, na Mina Jose, we're trying to tell you that in anybody, mwenye anatusikiza, ladies and gentlemen, the thing is that this is it's a movement. It's not about Gen Z. It's not about Gen Alpha. It's not about SG, the boomers. It's not about whatever it is. It's a movement that is happening and is happening in Africa. And Africa is actually liberating itself. However you want to call it, and Kenya is actually on the stage right there to change things that we've had, these things of exporting coffee, Arabica coffee, exporting everything, and buying them back when you see and that's the reason to lipata we got this thing of sijui ati sijui you know, Ilitonini, just give me a minute. Let me get it.
Arabica.
No, Arabica, I already spoke about that. But when you get the KEFC coming back into Kenya, and this is things that we export out there, and we come back and we cannot even package them. It's bigger than even the. It's bigger than the root of nonsense is bigger than that. People are starting to realize that Africa can actually grow itself, and they can close the boundaries of Africa. But the problem is we and people have realized, especially with the social media, where people can actually communicate and can talk to anybody else and see what is happening out there, and people can actually work and be on their phone, and you're calling people you're calling people to ati yani watu tu wanaendanga kuchukua Uber na nini, and they go to KFC and come back. Listen, what is happening in Africa right now, it's not just Kenya. What is happening in Africa is people are starting to realize they're bigger than the whole world. And we have some leaders, stupid ass leaders, like someone called Ruto. And not just Ruto, some people who believe their career is in politics. And guys are telling them, we don't want you. We want to move on. And we need to do something bigger than the nonsense that you guys are selling us. We're not buying. We're too broke to buy this nonsensical stupidity that you're there and you have a career as a politician. There's nothing called politics. I mean, a career politician. There's nothing like that. Go get your own career somewhere, or come and serve, or be a public servant. That's it. Jose, nimedanganya nimeongea vibaya.
Hapana, nakusikia tu. So I
Nakwambia
wanted to ask.
Mato, umeongea point hapo umeongea point. Kwa hivyo the problem is the leadership and representation. So you need to choose the right leaders wherever you are, I don't want to go to the debate whereby we are now going to scrutinize the current MPs that we have. Those ones need to go, just as the Gen Zs
And one thing I want to say, Mzalendo, I don't want to bring the war for ages. Misi jaleta hizo vita. What I was just saying, and I hope people get me. I was saying that these guys, they need us. Even if they are calling themselves Gen Z na wakona hiyo number wanasema, they need us because if you count within the constitution, they need my vote, because if you are going to be standing as an MP kama Gen Z, and most of them, if they are going to go to parliament, they need also to some person who is going to give them some motivation and some also some co-advice, some advice also. You can they are still.
Unaona nini Jose, and this is what I've been telling most people, is that whatever Gen Zs have done, we never did it in our generation. We never went that far in our generation. But this is a generation that has said enough is enough. We can't go on like this. For us, we accepted tribalism as a norm. We accepted the bad leadership, and we never said anything about it. Them, they have decided that hatutapangwa au watajipanga. So when you come late in the game to try and organize people who have been organized in their own way to achieve what they have achieved, you would rather join them, but don't pretend that you can organize them. Because
split the vote. That's my fear. Wakisema watasimamisha candidate wao, they can split the vote instead of...
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Wakiona there's nobody here that that they can vote for.
Ebu niwaulize nyinyi wote wawili, ebu niwaulize swali, like when you see nonsense like hii matatu inaitwa mood yenye everybody is running over, wanakimbia huko hivyo ameweka, which is Ruto's kid. I mean, do you have to be, I mean, what are we doing here? What are we doing?
Matatu ya hiyo kijana imefanya
anafanya nini ina break all the rules, whatever it needs to be. Endo chukue kamatatu kako kadogo tu weke pale hivyo, huo ni mtoto wa president ndio anakuja anasumbua huko hivyo kote.
I think saa zingine we get into some conversations that are neither here or there. Matatus have been breaking the rules in Kenya before even Ruto's son started driving.
No matatu makes, hakuna matatu zinafuataga.
Matatu zote, majority of them have been breaking rules in Kenya. Hakuna ati unaniambia ati mtoto wa Ruto ndiye ameleta hiyo culture. The person who brought authority to that industry ilikuwa ni Michu.
Lakini kama mtoto wa kuambia Mzalendo that the vote will be, you have to follow, you should be the first person to actually follow the constitution, because your dad is actually the president.
There is no way he's going to follow the constitution. Wajana na mambo hiyo kijana, hakuna siku watafuata constitution aje.
Wewe unaongea mambo ya kufuata constitution na Kenya. Wewe Kenya watu wanaibiwa mchana day.
How will you tell the son of the president to follow the constitution? Hata nani atabandika polisi mgani atashika huyo mtoto atashika hiyo gari?
Exactly, umesema Jose, umesema vizuri. Then kama huyu hawezi kufuata constitution, sasa mimi kwa nini nifuate constitution?
Sasa wewe macho kutaka kufuata constitution, uone vile utapeleka mbio.
Ile kitu mimi nawaambia Jose, there is nothing wrong with whatever Ruto buying the son a matatu to do whatever he wants to do. There's nothing wrong with that.
Constitution tuachane nayo basi. Tukipatana na wewe na Jose huko hivyo, mwenye atagonga mwingine agongane, na usinipeleke jela.
nimeona matatu imekanyaga best yangu akakufa, and they were driving on the wrong side before even Ruto became what he was. So this is an industry that was never been Kenya. Hakuna the rule of law. That's why we needed a president who can stamp his authority and institutions to work, to do their work in a proper manner, and that is what we are crumbling here for. Ruto's son having a matatu, that is that is good for him. At least ameonyesha kuna watoto wengine saizi wako madrugs ama wako macocaine na nini.
Lakini mzalendo, kitu moja tu sielewi na wewe. I respect you a lot, lakini
I'm just realistic.
But what you're really saying is that me and Jose should just go and get some, just not follow the constitution, and we don't even care as long as we have it, we have something. Because then at that point, then there's no point of having a constitution in Kenya.
No, you see the system is so rotten. Kutoka kwa polisi mpaka kwa matatu registration to NTSC nani wote to the president. What are you trying to change? What are you trying to change here? Let us
we want to change to bring normalcy.
Chukua kura yako uende upige kura uchague ule mtu ataleta mabadiliko.
To the streets and saying that, look, I have a right to go and picket. But then if there's no right to picket and there's nothing and we cannot do anything and the constitution is not being followed, and that is why we find Kina Rex Masai and Ojuang and all those people and someone being shot in front of everybody, then fuck the constitution. We don't need no constitution.
Zalendo, what I was saying, Father Didi said something there. I wanted to answer to highlight what he said. He said the votes will be split for sure. Zalendo, you see, if Gen Z they are not careful,
if you don't get your act as millennials together.
No, not millennials, Gen Z. Let them be very careful. They can say they are going to have their own candidate. They split the votes. They need to be very careful. Also, as they are doing their things.
Unaona vile Gen Zs wana operate, Jose, vile Gen Zs wana operate, they have those fears, and that's why they didn't have a leader in the beginning. Can you imagine if they had a leader in the beginning?
And right now is when they are going to get a leader?
Yes, right now they will get a leader unajua wao wengine wamenunuliwa wote, lakini sasa wakishapata huyu kabla tuendelee,
definitely Mzalendo, they cannot work alone. They need to work with people. They cannot work.
They can work with the leaders who are there. Kina Maraga si wako hapo, kina nani? Maraga said that the Gen Zs approached him.
That's why I'm saying they need to work with people, because if they start saying that watakuwa na candidate wao peke yao, they are not also thinking about other people who are coming ama other generations. They need to be very careful also.
Unaona, ndio nakwambia, someni hii siasa, someni na muisome vizuri na muelewe, msiingie siasa na emotion. Unaona Gen Z, unaona hii our opposition leaders, you will never see the young people in their rallies. Hautawaona, they are not together. So kina Kalonzo, hiyo group yote, they are searching their own path. Mwishowe watakutana mahali, but kama wakutani, I can tell you for sure, don't be surprised if don't be surprised if the candidate for Gen Z is Sifuna.
What if they don't vote?
Don't be surprised if the candidate for Gen Z is Sifuna.
What if they don't vote? You know me, I'm afraid of them. What if they don't vote? Najua kupanga line kwa police station si mchezo Kupanga line, tunapanga line kutoka last time nilipanga line kutoka saa 8.
Unajua hao wako na revenge mission. Hao ndio sasa
wanaenda. Na pia ni wale, na pia unajua ni wale watu wanaga patience, because you have seen Gen Z
wanaenda hii kura kuonyesha hao wabunge wanaenda.
Lakini Mzalendo, I admire you, lakini hapo unapoteza watu. Listen, the country, the country
wewe
is there.
Mato, so long as unisikii ujue I am always right. So long as
No, you're not.
unisikii upande ile ingine ujue tu I'm always right. Juu ile time ile
Nita-
side zote umekuwa
you sasa.
wewe tu, wewe nifuate tu. Wewe ukitaka kujua pale siasa inaenda na pa ule mtu atashinda kura, wewe nifuate tu.
Hakuna baba. Hata hivi
Mzalendo, soma comment ya Father Didi, amekukomentia hapo, usome hiyo comment yake.
Mimi nimeshaambia tu, wewe nifuateni tu vile mimi naambia.
Hebu soma hiyo comment ya Father Didi, tutakupatia basis.
Wacha niweke hapa, iko wapi? Father Didi, Gen Zs are all over the place. Raila, tunaona. This is what I had said earlier on. Hiyo hii kitu Father anasema, I said it almost, I don't know, 4 months ago.
Ndio Father amekujibu. Unajua ulikuwa umesema ati Gen Z wanaweza simamisha candidate wao. Just know that they are all in the place. Wako kila pahali. There is even Gen Z wa Ruto na Gen Z wa Raila na Gen Z wa Maraga. So it is split.
Sasa sikiza.
No, guys. Ebu kidogo. Naona kitu nani amesema lakini
these are facts. Not all Gen Z.
No. Baba, ebu sikiza. Nyose aki ukweli ya Mungu. Ukweli kabisa. Kwa chini niwaambie ukweli. It's either we follow the constitution or we scrap the constitution. Because
who is the custodian of the constitution of Kenya?
Kwa tunasemanga hapa hivi, hatuwezi kuaga tunasemanga ati sijui this and that zikakuja zikaungua, and then we have a constitution. Remember, when the president is actually sworn in, is given two things: a sword and a constitution, and they swear to follow the constitution. Fortunately, is that even all the MPs and all the MCAs, everybody swears towards one thing that is called the constitution. If you're not going to follow the constitution, scrap the whole motherfucking shit. I'm sorry to talk matope. Iendevo. When Mzalendo, you come here and tell us, pana sijui nani anafaa kuwa sijui nani anafaa kufanya nini, kwanza rudi kwanza uangalie kwanza hiyo constitution inasema nini.
Mato, are we in Kenya ama huko nchi yako?
No, hiyo Kenya basi ndio inafaa kujua hiyo constitution.
You are in this imaginary country where the constitution is followed, yeah?
No, Baba, listen. The problem that we've had and the reason we are always called third world countries is because we don't follow what we say. So we don't follow the constitution. Exactly. But that cannot be a norm. And this is what these Gen Zs are coming to tell us, that, guys, remember last year, 25th of last year, they came and said,
wait a minute, you guys, mmekuwa mkikanyagwa, sisi hatutakanyagwa, mmekuwa mkikanyagwa shingo, sisi ni wengine, we are from a different generation. That's what they are saying.
Nimekuwa nimenyamaza. Shida ya Gen Z is a must they are going to join specific political parties. Hawatakaa hivyo. They not by 2027 hawatakuwa wamekaa hivyo. Watajoin. I know.
Watajoin?
They are going to join even if it is opposition. Watakuwa wamejoin. Do you think Gen Z wanadhani watavutia Maraga?
Wataingia
wanadhani watavutia Maraga? Brother.
Nani?
Gen Z wa Kenya ama watavutia ule watakuwa wanaona watu wanaenda kwake?
Hebu Joseph niambie hapa
wewe ulikuja ukatuambia hapa tunarudiki kwa tribe kakusu kienda elections, ndio? So do you expect them that wakirudi huko you see Gen Z wote wako urban areas? Unajua ni kama unachukua Gen Z wako urban areas wote. There is Gen Z in the rural areas.
That is why in my analysis I told you in the cosmopolitan areas, the competition will be very stiff because of
But
the
you
Gen
know, you are
Z
saying
factor.
that Gen Zs are all of them in cosmopolitan.
Angalia, unakuja tu kukubaliana na mimi tu polepole. Gen Z
Hapana, sijakubaliana na wewe, unasema
nikakwambia
cosmopolitan.
rural areas kuna majenzis wa rural, lakini hao si wengi vile kushinda.
And wewe ulikuja hapo ukakubali ukasema rural areas have more votes than cosmopolitan towns.
Wako na kura mingi, wako na kura
So that,
mingi
what is the dynamic there?
kushinda
Because
rural areas wako na kura mingi, so uangalie tu the numbers
Wewe
bwana.
unasema what is the dynamic sasa na cosmopolitan towns kama hazina advantage ya more votes ni za nini?
Unasikia the reason why Gen Zs wako kwa tao ni one, wanakuja kole, second, rural urban migration. That is the reason why utawapata wako tao wengi kushinda wale wako ushago. So
tumekuja ukasema mjenzi wako ushago, tena unakuja kusema wale wako wengi. Mimi nataka uniambie hao wako wengi ni akina nani wako. Nairobi has a population of more than 8 million people now because it was 5, now it is 8. So you want to say 8 million people ni Gen Z in Nairobi?
you look at Nairobi has got how many registered voters. Don't tell me about population.
Mzalendo
Gen Z bado hawajarejistariwa mzalendo. Si wewe tu unakuja utuambia Gen Z hawajarejistariwa. So how will we know how many are in Nairobi?
Mzalendo,
I give you a projection of how many of them.
Mzalendo, do you know people are doing urban rural migration now.
Everyone is doing urban rural migration, not only Gen Z.
Yes.
Unajua ni kama unasema Gen Z ndio tu wanatoka ushago.
Yaani wewe niambie baba yako atatoka ushago aende kutafuta job Nairobi sahii?
Kwani millennials nachukulia wakiwa wazee aje? Millennials ni wale wako na miaka.
Mimi naambia majority ni watu wagani wanaenda kutafuta job tao? Watu wagani wanaenda kuleta hao?
Wamekuja Nairobi.
Wewe Jose sasa unataka kuargue.
Ni kwani unajua mzalendo uelewi kwani millennial ni miaka ngapi? Hiyo ndio swali nakuuliza. Millennial kwani unadhani millennial ni miaka 50?
Mimi nimekuambia millennial ni anything below. Nimekuambia chezaga na anything below 35.
Kwani mtu wako 36 hawezi kuja kutafuta kazi? Mtu wako 36 hawezi kuja.
Hao ni wachache Jose, hao ni wachache. Hao ni wachache. Watu wale unapata kwa hostel, ukienda pale
na ni wewe tu uniambia hapa mzalendo wamekuja kusoma. Si wewe unaniambia wengi wamekuja kusoma. Unajua wengi wao pia wametoka Nairobi wakaenda kusoma.
Unaona pale Kenyatta University, si kuna mahostel pale na watu
wame. Na kwani wote wamevote Nairobi mzalendo au Gen Z? Kwani wote watakuwa kivote Nairobi au Gen Z? Wamekuja kusoma.
Si wengine wako Nakuru na wengine wako Mombasa.
Si mimi ninasema sasa what is your logic ukisema wako wengi Nairobi?
I have told you.
Watarudi nyumbani.
You see, that is why uliona demonstrations za Nairobi zilikuwa ziko juu hivyo.
We are talking about votes, not demonstration, mzalendo. I'm asking
you. Kwa sababu I am just giving you statistics. Demonstration ya Nairobi ilikuwa na Gen Z wengi kushinda kwetu Homa Bay, kushinda kwenyu huko Nyeri, kushinda kila mahali.
Demonstration mzalendo, nijibu na elections. Unadhani Nairobi watakuwa wengi 2027 election?
Ati?
Hiyo ndio swali nakuuliza. Utadhani watakuwa wengi Nairobi 2027 election? Ama wengi wao watakuwa
wengi Nairobi cosmopolitan watakuwa wengi who will be participating for the election for the first time.
What you have given me that statistic?
Enda uangalie kwa voter register ya IBC na enda uangalie kwa Kenya Bureau of Statistics.
Voter register ya IBC inaga Gen Z. Haikuwa imeandikwa Gen Z. Inakuwa imeandikwa tu voter. So hatuwezi jua ni ngapi unasema Gen Z. I'm trying to tell you most of those people they are going to go back home. Many of them they have come to campuses in Nairobi University, Kenyatta University. Most of them, this good university are in Nairobi town. So when they are going to finish, many of them are going to take their voters ID or something in rural areas. That is what I'm trying to tell you.
Does it mean that nowadays you can't pick your ID from anywhere that in Kenya? You have to go to your
not ID. I'm saying about voting, not ID. You take your voters card. If it is the voters card, they are
Piga
taking.
kura utachukua tu utapiga kura mali ulichukua kura bwana. Acha kunisumbua na maneno zingi. Utachukua kura. Wewe kama ulikuwa unachukua kura kama ulikuwa unachukua kura ushago, wewe chukua kura ushago, enda upige ushago. Jenzi huyu wa saa hii hajachukua kura yako ushago. Yeye atapiga kura Nairobi. Mbona unataka huyo jenzi akue kama wewe? Wewe Jose, mbona unataka jenzi akue kama wewe?
Anauliza hao watu wakifunga semester wanakaka Nairobi au wanarudi ushago?
Kwani kufunga semester ni
hiyo ndio wakati wako na free time ya kuchukua ID. Kwani time yao free ya kuchukua
ID lazima uchukue ushago.
Sijasema lazima uchukue ushago. Unajua ni wewe unakuja kutuambia jenzi wangu kwa Nairobi.
Wewe kama ulichukua ID yako ushago, si watu wote wanachukua ID ushago.
Na ndio ninakwambia si jenzi wote wako Nairobi, unafaa ujue hivyo. Kama unakuja kutueleza jenzi wako wako Nairobi brother.
Jenzi are everywhere, but I'm telling you the ile population kubwa yao iko within the urban center.
Who has done the statistics? That is what I want to know. That is what we want to know. So hatuwezi kuja kupatia wrong information hapa kama hatuna statistics.
Nilikwambia I work with numbers. I don't do guesswork. But anyway guys, manze tushamaliza show bana. Mimi ni asubuhi. Jose, naona hata brother Ben amelala. You guys tumepiga show 5 hours. Man, that is too much. But anyway, hata si hakuna kuja na more information if you want.
I'll get also more information on that.
And you also dig more information about the voting patterns of Kenya. Hi, Ayoki, thank you very much. Daniel Moraya, asante. Oh, Moraya, asante sana Moraya. Manze, si ukama hapa utufundisha siasa kidogo. Peter Karaoke, nganyanganya, asante sana. Wallace Amolo, Alfred Ambayo, habari ya asubuhi, habari ya afternoon. Shimani Nyasuba, Rokamano, producer Kevin, Kevo, asante sana manzi. Subscribe Africa 24, hapa ndio mwisho wa kuonana. Haya, Mzalendo, you've even kept Mato awake. These guys, I can keep them awake all the time because hapa ni elimu. Hapo unafundishwa, ukikataa kufundishika unaenda kura unanyoroshwa, lakini lazima learn 1 or 2 things. Mato alikataa kufundishwa. Huyu ni mtoto afundishiki. Nilikaa na yeye nikampeleka remedial, nikampeleka afanye nini, alikataa. Sasa yeye yuko pale ananifuata tu hapa kunichokoza.
Mzalendo, niulize Leo ako wapi? Leo nimemmiss sana bwana.
Leo saizi yuko huko Siaya. So jinsi kono usijali mambo yetu na Mato hatuwezi kuwa na yeye side moja each and every time. Yeye anakuja na hiyo siasa yake. Siasa ya Kalasinga mwenye siasa kali. Mato alichukua ndege mpaka kaenda Addis Ababa.
But I love him. Mato anakuaga anafaitia Pan Africa.
Mato alienda na ndege Addis Ababa. Ethiopia. na lunch box na thermos. Letai.
But hizo mads brother Mzalendo naweza kataka tupige
tuzifanye. Umeona hizo hesabu wako kastuka kumbe hata hamna kitu.
Sikastuka juu ya anything kwa sababu najua kutapata 2027
kwa upinzani. Lazima they have to get their act together. Lazima wafanye juu chini.
Lakini tusiweke hivyo Mzalendo kwa sababu Ruto si lazima pia apate kura kutoka kwake 100%. We don't know. You know Ruto is the one who has Ruto ni yako na mashida mingi kuliko opposition. Kwa sababu is struggling kutetea serikali yake. That's why you said in the debate. He's struggling.
Mbele kinga Angela. Eko sangala zua maladie. Nalinga mibalika sina hasuki. Nafuka mie paina ye. Kata devizito pambo pesanga. Shongo langu singa nawe papa. Libale komikaka na bondela. elongwe kotoko bondele komina sambelaka mokilinga makamwembelenga na kanisa mengi unasengi na zambe asunga ngai pona vanda na shongo motema tango alingaka mwasi shongo azonga kasi matema maye nami leli nzoto nanga nami kabina satana nami leli nzoto nanga nami kabina satana.
Hebu niambie, hebu niambie huo ni AP ama ni prison warden wa Kenya anaimba hivyo bwana? Imagine bana, huyu ni askari wa Kenya anaimba hivi bana, anaimba hivi. Hebu sikia hiyo sauti ndugu yangu, hebu sikia.
Bolingwele kinga Angela ekosanga la zua maladie nalinga mibalike sina asuki nafukami epai na ye karta de visito pambo pesanga shongo langu isinga nawe papa libale komikaka na bondela elongwe kotoko bondele komina sambelaka mokilinga makamwembelenga na kanisa mengi unasengi na zambe asunga ngai pona vanda na shongo motema tango alingaka mwasi shongo azonga kasi matema maye nami leli nzoto nanga nami kabina satana nami leli nzoto nanga nami kabina satana.
Very nice, very nice. Umesisimua watu pale kwa comment section hata.
Huyu jamani hatari. Huyu ni Mkenya bwana na ni prison warden. Ana sauti hivyo.
Those guys I think they always have wanakuwa na talent. I think the government but they're supposed to be
yani mimi hata ule mtalimbaga hii wimbo bwana. Why? Gypsy kona hizi hata hizi huko umezaliwa bwana, hizi ni zetu zile.
Bolingwele kinga Angela ekosanga la zua maladie nalinga mibalike sina asuki nafukami epai na ye
nakumbuka na marafiki zangu kama
pale de visito pambo pesanga shongo langu isinga nawe papa libale komikaka na bondela elongwe kotoko bondele komina sambelaka mokilinga makamwembelenga na kanisa mengi unasengi na zambe asunga ngai pona vanda na shongo motema tango alingaka mwasi shongo azonga kasi matema maye nami leli nzoto nanga nami kabina satana nami leli nzoto nanga nami kabina satana.
Nice one.
Huyu jamaa bwana ametumalizia show bwana. It's called the disease of love. Haya father, hata mwenyewe father wa Katoliki
unakuwa unatuchapia sana hizi vitu.
Hata father wa Katoliki amependa hiyo ngoma bwana.
Yeah, I appreciate father wengi anakuja kutupea
no, father is always a nice guy. Wewe tuombee bwana, sisi bwana tunamaliza show on that gear Bolingo Nangai bwana we. Huyu jamaa aliimba ngoma ingine and is a prison warden pale Kenya. Ndamwalika kwenye show one of these fine days atuimbie bwana. I think he can sing many of these songs, Lingala especially. Jose, thank you very much. Gypsy Corner, father, asante sana. Mingine nani kwa compensation. Gypsy Corner wewe ulali bwana. Wewe huyu Gypsy Corner alalagi bwana. Huyu
I appreciate by then appreciate our effort, the effort.
Gypsy tuko na bumper kwa bumper. Leo saini saa 11 asubuhi. Mato, weka link. We Mato endo lale bwana. Enda wasiata Mogamba endo lale. Laban Misiani, Gen Zs are also voters and bribery takes center stage. Wataongwa kweli. Laban, good morning Laban Misiani. Wacha kupotea hivyo Laban. Innocent Obiri, mzalendo, try to listen first. Yes. Mzalendo anasikizaga kwanza alafu ndio anajibu. Thank you Innocent. I'll try my best next time to listen before answering question. That's bad manners. Mzalendo, no sleeping today, ni marathon. Tumepiga marathon mzuri sana. We are satisfied na hiyo marathon. David Kaura, Gen Zs are together with the millennials and they have over 10 million votes intact. Ndio hiyo sasa watu wanaanza kukwambia Eric, the other Gen Zs will be consumed by tribe. Yes, that is true. Kuna majenzis wataenda pande ukabila, that is very very true. And yeah, the leaders of the leaderless Gen Zs wako Nairobi, 2 to 3 cities. Their votes will not surpass 2 million. The leaderless Gen Zs. Yes. We wait to see that. I think they can pull more than that. James Kiroko, mbona link umnipei? Tumesha kupatia link na hukutokelezea. Haya, PGR Mato goes some guards. What's your point? Mato got some guards. What's your point? Jamaa wanze leo, maana hii comment section imejaa, hata sijui nitazisoma zote. Sitazisoma zote, wacha mimi. Sami Costa, Mount Kenya as economy. Hiyo ni area ya hiyo ni ya Jose ndio Mount Kenya. Yeye ndio ana control huko Mount Kenya na Gachagua.
Hapana, wewe mimi si Mount Kenya brother, mimi ni Nairobi. Nairobi na tutaonesha moto.
Constituency yako Nairobi ni gani? Wakimishi Nyango.
I'm in Dagoretti South constituency. I bought a polling station to the metro.
Okay, pale kwa nani? Kwa KJ.
Ya pale kwa KJ na namngojea sana, nimemngojea kama saa.
Unapigia fanya mambo ama unapigia nani anaitwaje?
I'll check. I want between fanya mambo kuna vijana fulani hapo Gen Z anaitwa Brian. I'm going to check.
Yes, Brian. Unapigia fanya mambo ama unampigia Brian?
I'm still consulting myself, lakini bora ninajua KJ yarudi hapo. Hiyo KJ mimi kura yangu.
KJ, hiyo kiti yako inaonekana unaweza iambia kwa heri, liwere Mungu akulinde. Hiyo kiti imeenda. Hiyo kuna vitu zingine mimi nakwambia hapo, ukikuja kwa channel nakwambia hiyo KJ imeenda. Hiyo kura ya Wasapere ni wengi sana kule Dagoretti na wataegemea pande ya Gachagua. Hiyo imeenda ndugu yangu. Hiyo imeenda.
Na wengi wanaenda hata Ishungu
Ishungwa hiyo kazi umefanya ule Kinoo na masehemu na environment ni kubwa sana. Wakikufukuza nitakuonea huruma, lakini ni hali ya dunia hii. Siasa bwana haina mapendeleo. Hii siasa
inabeba wakuwemo na wasio kuwemo.
Wale inaitwa wimbi la siasa zitakufagilia ukiendaga na hiyo ndio naambiaga watu. Unaona hizo area za hizo, kama wewe umekuwa katika serikali na uko pale cosmopolitan areas, uko kwa CBD ya Nairobi, mazee ole wako. Jalash wewe uko notice. Aladwa notice. Hizo ma constituency gani? Mathare pia hapo ni notice.
Sasa mzalendo, Father Dan naona akinipatia advice ya Brian. Sasa shida ni unajua pale fanya mambo ametoka tumetoka area moja. The fence are the what divides our house. Fence ndio waga ina divide kwetu na kwao. So
Father Kariuki Father amesema pigia Brian kura. Brian ni
Sasa
Gen Z.
ndio nilikuwa
Sasa
namwambia I'm
wale nyinyi
conflicted,
watu
niko
wadago,
conflicted.
kujeni mtuambie kama Brian mnampatia kura ama mnapatia nani? But
I'm conflicted kwa sababu fanya mambo ni wa hapo kwetu nyumbani. Just the fence. Ukiruka hii fence nyingine ni kwao. It's kwa kina fanya mambo hizi.
kupatia fanya mambo kura.
Ati?
Hautaki kupatia fanya mambo. Unaita fanya mambo hapa mara mingi hutaki kumpatia. Hey, Gypsy Kola manze, we salute you guys on the comment section. Manze, asanteni sana for being part of this discussion. Manze, hii show ingekuwa show kama mngekuwa pale. Nawashukuru sana. Otherwise, thank you very much. Manze, wacha nimalize show hata mimi niingie kulala kidogo tu ndugu zangu bana. Jose, tuonane jioni kama kawaida.
Sawa sawa, takuwa kama nitakuwa karibu I'll join.
Wacha wewe bwana, mimi nataka ukujaga hapa ukuwe commentator hapa bana. Ukuwe kwa comment, ukuwe host.
Hebu soma vile Father Dan ameniambia.
Father Dan, wewe you are campaigning for your candidate. Wewe wacha bwana.
Anakampenia Brian, ameniambia niache labda ni mkora.
Haya, wacha tumalize show ndugu yangu outro.
When I have time Mzalendo nitakuwa nikijitokeza.
Kujaga mara mingi hapa. Kuna vitu mingi tunafaa kuongea. Tusaidie Wakenya kufanya maamuzi ya hekima.
Sawa sawa.